Good evening, guys. Welcome to this installment of Saturday evening live stream. Oh, jeez, that coffee was hot. Thank you, Sierra, for letting the ad running. Hey, Guardian. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? We wait a couple of more minutes and let more people join. And I hope your week has been great. Mine has been a little bit of a hectic one, but it is what it is. Good to see every one of you guys. And today's topic is how to grow food for a long term. And I hoped one should be here on this stream today, but I got a email from him, and he said that he got Charlie Victor 19, so he couldn't join today, which is really sad, but, well, he needs to take care of his health, and that is Food Forest Permaculture. So we have to manage this for ourselves. Hey, Gail, good to see you. Hey, Peavy. Good to see you again. Hi, folks. Just putting kettle on. Back in one. Well, put your kettle on, buddy. I believe it's for tea or coffee. And Grayman setting up too. That's good. So, how are you doing, guys? I hope everything is okay. Hey, Gail.
Hey. Been busy.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Right now I'm racing. Mother Nature's teasing me. It was showing what forecast was showing supposed to be clear and sunny through next Thursday. It's overcast really bad. Missed the eclipse because I couldn't even see the glow where the sun was at. It was so overcast. But I've been working trying to get everything done out here before the first snows hit.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me. You need to get that done before snow.
Yeah, the shop has become a total disaster area of all the stuff I've been moving up here. I don't have any shelves to put everything on, so I just got boxes stacked around. So I'm trying to get all organized because I got to get a bundle of plywood delivered on the 18th or 19th.
Okay.
And so I got a room to able for the guy to bring the forklift into the shop and set it down.
Yeah, that's good. Plywood is good.
And then once I started getting stuff up, then I got to insulate the area above the ceiling.
Yep.
And then I got to insulate the walls and put more board up on the walls. And once I get all that done, then I can start setting up all the shelves I have out in the cargo container.
Well, that keeps you busy.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a busy winter.
Yeah.
But my wife will be happy. I should be so busy I actually lose a few pounds instead of putting them on during the wintertime.
Well, that's good to lose a couple of pounds.
Yeah.
Hey, Nancy, our Trisha at home. good to see you, man.
Man.
Hey, Shawnee Shave, good to see you, man. You just planted some garlic and tulips, huh?
That's something I got to do today too. Is I got garlic to plant. I got to get out there and plant it today.
Yeah. Well, today's topic: how to grow food for long term. That's a good question. How do we do that?
We get Howie to come over and plant our garden for us.
Yeah, but he messaged me on sent me an email. He got Charlie Victor 19, so he's not in good shape for.
Yeah.
So he was pretty sad that he couldn't join us today. So.
Yeah. He was talking about that last night, not feeling well. Of course, he's been doing his SHT survival outside thing. So.
Yeah.
And personally, I don't think it is the red dragon. I think it's one of these one of the normal things going around each year, because they're all testing as if they were the red dragon, and they're not.
Yeah.
When they do an in-depth test on it, they're finding out like 90% of them are not. But of course, they want to report it as it is.
Bootsas, Iowa. Good to see you. How are you doing, brother?
So, hello, folks. Can you both hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Hope you're doing well. Had a good week.
Yeah, but been pretty hectic, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
It's life.
Just want to say hello to CR in the audience there. I don't want to delay saying hello to him, but I'm not available with my keyboard at the moment. I'm just walking around.
Probably for your topic, growing food for long term, is one of the things a person should do is figure out what food do they want to be eating healthy wise from what they're eating now. Yeah, eating more vegetables, eating more. That's the word I'm looking for. But because so many people eat fast food.
Yeah,
and that's killing us all.
I've thought about this, and every time I ask someone, I always get a different answer. And the question to them would be, what would be the 1, 2, or 3 most nutrition plants that give the most bang for your buck that you could grow? Because you obviously can't grow everything, and you want a good variety. So, maintaining your health and your optimum sort of nutrition levels and keeping your immune system up would be key. And always seem to get a different answer. But a common one that always comes back to me is some sort of green beans.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Green beans, peas, any type of legumes are good. Squash, though, is very prolific. At least around here, both up here in Idaho and down where my wife is in California. Squash is very prolific, and you can get some monster squash, and it grows. And if you're not out there picking it every day, also you'll wind up one that's big old 2.5 foot long one that's as big as round as your leg. And but if you know how to deal with it, that's perfect. Hey, Thorhaven's here.
Yep. Shawnee says, knowing what foods have shelf life: dried beans, winter squash, potatoes, sweet potatoes, onions, garlic, and perennials.
Yeah. And as Howie would say,
Hey,
and Uncle
Alicia.
Al, the butternut squash is one that will keep for a
Yeah.
full year down in the basement.
Yeah. Hey, Alicia. Good to see you. Hey, Thor.
Hey,
Hey,
thoughts?
Gisela. Good to see you, miss.
Oh, someone from Hong Kong here. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I cut up saying hi to everybody.
It's hard. It's hard when people dropping in so
Yeah.
fast. KS World of Fun and Slime Making.
Yeah.
It's Caitlin Drapeau. I'm Alicia's daughter. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's hard to keep up with her and the way she keeps changing the name of her channel.
Yeah.
It was one was something or other horses, and then there was another one. Now it's K. Yeah. So. Now, interestingly, I just with Thor, he was redoing his pantry downstairs there.
Yeah.
And he was talking about some of the plants and stuff he had there. And he's last year, I guess he had a killer season for green beans, and so did Courtney. And this year, the green beans fell apart for everybody, I think. Yeah. And he still had jars from last year up on the shelf.
Yeah. What sort of growing season do they like then?
Beans, beans will work just about anything, but they don't want too hot. They'll beans and peas you can plant early, and if they get frosted, if they get a frost date over them, they just kind of go sit back. Okay, we're going to wait a minute. Okay, it's warming up again. Okay, we're going. And that's the way beans and peas are. But sometimes it's just like the soil's not right for us. You need to make some amendments. We're not going to grow this year.
You see, this is
that's a good comment. Always plant more than you need. Plant one for the crows, one for the bugs, one that dies, and that one grows. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me to do. That is what I would do.
Yeah.
So this is an important subject because probably one of the most biggest failings, quite a few preppers, is the lack of knowledge and the ability to grow things. Even people in the cities and the towns that haven't got the space or haven't factored into their preps or their location any sort of area to grow. I mean, you can grow it on the balcony and things like that, but that's not really sustainable in the long term.
Yeah.
I come across a really good and key article today, which I sent over to you, Shadow, and it was because my initial thoughts on sort of a long-term growing regime to eat and stuff like that would
I can
be
see if I can put that up actually.
Yeah,
if I can share that.
My mentality was to adopt a sort of victory garden regime like they did in the Second World War, which worked, but recently discovered through this article, someone else had tried it. And this couple tried it, and it worked well for 3 years. And after 3 years, it failed because of the lack of nutrients in the soil weren't being put back into it properly.
Yeah.
And it just all collapsed. They were putting back things. There it is there. Okay, so we can read snippets out of that. So they dug. So they tried the victory garden out, dig for victory and all that sort of stuff, but it damaged their soil. We can just scroll down to detail there. I've come across a lot of preppers who, especially in England, who will adopt, and this is their mentality, this sort of plan. because you don't need a lot of it. Half a tennis court size plots, and you can be self-sustained. And a lot of people here have got allotments as well. Let's have a look.
Yeah, one of the things that people have to realize, any leftover food needs to go back into the compost pile. Now, some people say, oh, you can't put meat in there. You can't do that. Well, there are a lot of bugs out there that are meat eaters, insects and stuff. And they'll go through and they'll eat it up and poop out nutrients. So you got to have a compost pile for the beetles and everything to get in there to really chew on it, eat it up, and turn it. And you got to let it work for at least 6 months before you start taking stuff out of there.
Yeah.
My wife starts about the middle of summer in a bin, and she'll run that compost bin all the way through April. And then she has 2 bins, and then she starts switching over the other bin, and she'll let that one sit for a little bit longer, and then she'll start pulling stuff out of it and spreading it around. But all the leaves, you can't be throwing the leaves away. Anything that comes out of the ground, you need to put back into the ground. Anything you can. It's like, and you talk about cities and stuff. Well, where my wife is still living down there in California, it's all subdivisions and stuff. There on our street down there, there's about, I think there's a couple more. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 houses I know of that have gotten rid of their yards, their grass, pulled out all the grass, put in gardens, front yard, backyard. Every square inch that's not driveway or parking for their RV or whatever is garden. And some of them are, when they planted trees, some of them were slow in planting trees. My wife was we're putting trees here, 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 here. And we got more friggin' fruit coming out our ears than what we can do with down there. But like Howie would say, in planting your garden, that's going to be for the long term. Certain root crops like the Jerusalem artichoke, also known as the sunchoke, you plant that stuff and it'll grow and grow and grow, and it produces a lot of food. But you also got to get used to eating the Jerusalem artichoke, otherwise you'll be very gassy.
Yeah, I just dropped the link. Someone's asking for it for that.
That was KS.
I'll cut and pasted it into there. Because one of the key interesting things, I'll read out one of the paragraphs in there that it said. Right, after 3 years. So it says, this year, though, the garden has started to show the telltale signs of something wartime gardens feared: erosion and depleted fertility.
Mm-hmm.
A wet winter leading to dug beds becoming compacted and in some cases washed away in a deluge. We looked for solutions and mulched heavily with compost and manure, something we discovered from watching another channel and embracing the writings of a no-dig gardener. Yeah, we are now moving towards minimum tillage. Being on a hillside will always mean that we battle against soil erosion. And it goes on to say, farmers and gardeners know so little about soil, and we all buy into the knowledge passed down from generation to generation that could destroy our food chain. We are starting to see this now in Spain and Italy, with the rise of bacterial diseases in olive orchards and the desertification of farms. This is soil erosion in practice, and wet winters in the UK will lead to our own desertification, and no chemical will save us from that. And then it goes on to say, in the past, we dug in manure in the late autumn and left it to bare to allow rain and frost to break down the clods. We're clods for doing this. Digging damages the soil and releases carbon. The manure we all dig into our plots in late autumn has little or no effect on the plants the following spring because the nitrogen is washed away with some of the topsoil. You see, and it goes on to say various things. Some gardeners also dig in manure that is less than 6 months old, meaning that they are potentially adding E. coli into their soil and food chain. You see, this is the sort of thing that, unless you're doing it now and you're experienced in it, these are the failings people are going to get in long term SHTF. 5-6 years down the line, you're going to start to starve to death, and you'll be, I don't know, because you got the going back to the medieval times. They survived and carried on going, but we don't hear about failings so much in those sorts of that era.
In the United States here, we had the probably the biggest failing in the world in Oklahoma, Nebraska, Texas, during what was called the Dust Bowl, when they plowed and they grew stuff. They weren't putting stuff back into the soil. They weren't letting acreage rest for a season, and all of a sudden it just like it collapsed on them, and nothing would grow, and tons and tons of topsoil blew across the states and into other states, and it was a major disaster.
Thor says manure has to be composted first, except for rabbits.
Goats, as the goats as well, because anything that does the pellets seems to be is a cold, good stuff you can put on the rabbit, goats, if you have deer. But anything else, it needs to be composted. And when I bought this place here, the guy before me had a whole bunch of cows out here, and the one half the property there was just manure all over the place. Well, I just scraped it all up, put it into a pile, made a huge compost pile out there with my tractor. And for the first year, I didn't pull anything off of it. Then I started pulling off of it, and it's just breaking down, and it is so good. And next spring, I'll be probably cleaning out the last of it and putting it in the new garden here. But yeah, you let the stuff break down for a long time, and you want to make sure whatever you have in there that there's nothing that's going to hurt the worms or the beetles or the other little critters that help break it down.
Right. So back to the next problem. If the soil contamination has been heavily contaminated, or there's been a fallout landing, how long will greenhouses and tunnel systems work, polytunnels work for? Will the soil be? Do you have to put this stuff back in via animals? It's going to be done through like the field rotation type system. Can you grow something like clover to put stuff back into the soil and leave it? So say if you had, for example, 6 long polytunnels or 6 greenhouses, you could concentrate one of them just purely for regeneration of soil or growing something else and rotate them around year after year.
And what's interesting is on that, people say clover and alfalfa, but the other thing that works good that you can still get a harvest off of is peas. Snap peas, sugar peas, any type of peas does the same thing that clover and alfalfa does as far as putting nitrogen back in and certain things back into the soil as well. And then there are certain root crops you want to move to as well. I know around here, part of Idaho, and everybody rotates their crops. They do potatoes, they do alfalfa, they do sugar beets. I have a brain right. There's a 4th one they do, and each one takes stuff out and puts stuff back. And that's why they rotate them like that, and they rotate them in a certain in the specific order, so that it's putting back stuff for the next year's crop.
Yeah. Is there so many cycles soil can take?
Yeah.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you, ma'am.
See, I live next to at the moment, farmers' fields, and literally once every 2 weeks, crop sprayer turns up, all this sort of chemicals start spraying out the back of it. Upstairs, shut all the windows, wait till he cut. He's constantly spraying and tilling the fields. It's ridiculous the amount of chemicals they're spraying on these crops these days.
Oh yeah, that's because they've killed the field. They got to bring in chemical fertilizers to try to get something to grow, and what's growing ain't exactly healthy.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I've gone down there. I only eat organic food.
What crops are good for fall? Area 5B in Canada.
Well, I'm in 5B here in Idaho, and what's going nuts out here in my stuff right now is Wando peas, rainbow chard, Grand Rapids lettuce, and I got the package of seeds here. Endive, Bavarian, Full Heart lettuce, and those are just going absolutely nuts right now.
What's 5B mean?
All right, they're growing zones. The lower the number, the colder it is. Like Florida is like growing zone 10 or 11. Star India Homestead is in zone 11 in India. I'm up here in 5B, 5A, depending which chart you look at. And so the colder your climate is, for the certain number of days, the lower the number is.
Is there anywhere you can look this information up?
Yeah.
Is it called
grow zones?
Right. I'll have a look.
And you can look up grow zones for specific countries as well. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Bob. Right, I'm just looking up grow zones. Let's go to image. Right. Worldwide. So do the grow zones relate to plant hardness zones? Is that the same thing?
It relates generally to temperatures. I'm looking at one thing here. U.S. growing zone finder plant hard blah blah blah. Plant hardiness zone map. Zone 7 says 0 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit, lowest average winter temperature. Zone 8 would be 10 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit. 9 would be 20 to 30 degrees. 10 would be 30 to 40 degrees, and that's the lowest temperature for the winter.
What does it say for UK? Is it say?
Let me see if I can find growing zones UK. And I got several different ones. And most of the United Kingdom is located in the USDA Zone 9, although climates as chilly as Zone 8 or as mild as Zone 10 aren't uncommon. As a general rule, the UK is marked primarily cool but not frigid winters and warm, not scorching summers.
Yeah.
And that is, let me just do this. And I'll share that search there. And so I just Grow Zones UK, and this is what first came up. And they got different maps here. So if I click on that map there, It shows the different ones. Like it's farther from the coast, you get up to you got a zone 6 here, which is the coolest spot because the ocean keeps it a little bit warmer than some of the more mountain regions.
Yep.
And so that there shows a different is so you can look up all the different agencies put a little spin on the colorization of it. Like this one here goes a little more in depth with your Fahrenheit and your Celsius here for this map here.
Yes, yeah, that's just by looking at that, you can generally tell that it equates to warmer areas and the cooler areas straight away.
Yeah.
Yep. But it doesn't take into account soil, pH, and all that stuff.
Woman outdoors, I can believe that.
Well, she says nothing grows here here after November, but that's outdoors, isn't it? You can grow stuff indoors. And in fact, Alpine Preparedness has got an indoor growing setup. So this brings us onto a whole new scope of things: hydroponics, aquaponics type growing stuff. Hydroponics is that a long-term sustainable solution? More than say 3 years?
The problem I see with most hydroponics, you're adding chemicals to the water. Now,
Right.
There are some guys that are out there experimenting using what's called manure tea, where they're composting the stuff and then putting extra water in it to drain it off to have making their own nutrients in a liquid form to add to the hydroponics. And that sounds better to me, and how well that works will be interesting in the long term to see how that works for those guys.
This is a map for our growing zones, at least where I live. We are in the blue here.
So you're in 5 and 6?
5A.
Right, yep.
So it's minus 28.9 to 26.1 degrees Celsius.
Right, that is cold.
Yeah, it is.
So I mean, yeah, long term, people have got to start transitioning to become farmers, or have a farmer in the group, and they've got to adopt sort of. This is what I said ages ago: is the ultimate long term prepper solution is the homesteading sort of lifestyle, because it's sustainable. But there's lots of key failure points along the way. And on top of all this, you've got unpredictable weather, because you won't be able to weather forecast and will be out the window. It'll be a case of go outside and have a look. You can go by the seasons, keeping the calendar and all that sort of stuff. You've got the soil pH, the access to water, your soil health, and the ability to not only just grow things, but to keep things growing in terms of saving seeds and harvesting seeds from your own plants to continue to grow foods.
Okay, Alicia, no problem.
Yeah, Thor says there, our greenhouses make a huge difference from what we can grow here.
Just picked the last of tomatoes and peppers. Water catchment.
Yeah, water catchment. And hope whatever events that's caused the long-term SHTF hasn't led to contamination of water or soil.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people talk about some sort of nuclear exchange and having the ability to, or the foresight to store soil in preparation for that.
Yeah.
Which is all well and good, but is that still going to be viable when you actually come to use it? How long? I mean, how long do these does the soil maintain its nutrients and viability to grow things, or do you need soil?
Yeah. And the thing is, how close are you to the to a ground zero of a nuclear exchange where it don't matter what you're storing, you're gone in a couple of years?
Yeah, you got various other factors, nuclear winter and so on, and fallout to deal with, and cesium and all that sort of stuff.
But when people start talking nuclear exchanges, it's like, everybody rattles their swords, but not even Saddam Hussein was stupid enough to want to do a nuclear war, because he knew that nobody wins in that.
Nobody can win that.
There are people out there, however, who will quite happily die in their cause. So we've seen, no matter what the consequence, they'll just do it.
But generally, that's not going to be those that have the ability to launch an exchange.
No.
But more apt for a total collapse type thing is going to be one of the many things that's going to trigger a grid down situation from either everybody getting sick, no one being able to maintain the system, and then once that domino falls, the next domino falls, and everything, all of a sudden it's like, we're back to the 1700s.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, that could be anything from a supply chain collapse, grid down.
It could be a very, very severe winter beyond anything we've seen since the mid 1700s, when they had the year out of summer that affected both Great Britain and the United States. I mean, it's like, and so something like that, you're going to have to start losing all the transmission lines and the transformer stations from snow and everything, ice being on them and shorting everything out. And then it's going to take months and months to make repairs. And depending which country you're in, it may take years to get replacement transformers. Because I think there's only a couple countries anymore making them.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe we in Scandinavia would have some serious problems if that happens, because I think we have to order them maybe from Germany or somewhere else.
Yeah.
Germany's the number one supplier. Most of the United States transformers come from Germany, and we're on a 2-year backlog. They're ordering stuff now that they want to install in 2 years.
Yeah, the waiting queue is really long.
There's as far as growing stuff, you're going to have to figure out, depending on how big of a land plot you have to work with, what you're going to grow in this section this year, what you're going to grow in that section, and then you start rotating those around, and you try to do it on a good one is a 7-year cycle, where you leave one plot empty. So you have 8, you have 7 plots, and on this, so one of the 7 plots is always out.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey guys, how you doing? Are you well?
Yeah.
Hey Guardian, yeah, good.
Yep, we are doing good.
I'm just gonna have to shift quickly to another room.
So this is a scenario I hear from a lot of preppers from various forums. They've got heritage seeds. They've got they've identified a plot, but they haven't actually grown anything. And the mentality is they'll have 2 years of food. If everything kicks off, SHTF happens, as they'll plant their seeds, work their way through their immediate food store, and then hope that their crops would have grown by the time their food runs out, and they'll quite happily continue on, which on paper sounds all well and good, but you're then into the scenario of can you actually grow? Have you tested your soil? You're in the right place? Have you got the right crops? Have your seeds viable and all this sort of stuff?
And then there's the added thing of it happens like even for those that are doing everything right, you get a bad season. Like Thor said, it rained for 3 months up there and basically wiped out his garden because the plants couldn't take that much water. Yeah.
And we've seen this all the time. It happens to experienced farmers. And how do people think that the average Joe on the street who has got a couple of books about gardening and homesteading, then they're not going to fare as well? We know with no access to remediation of chemicals to help them along, or herbicides or anything like this. And it's going to be difficult.
And the thing is, though, they can have all the books they want. Book learning is one thing. Skill knowledge is something else. Until they try putting that book learning into practice and gain the skill knowledge, they're at a disadvantage. Like they have no idea. Yeah.
I mean, give me a good example. My father-in-law died last November. He grew up on working for a farmer, and he had a big allotment. It was a tennis court size allotment, and he grew everything from cabbages to carrots, potatoes, quite a variety of things. And even after 50 odd years of doing this, you every now and then he'd come back and say, "Well, I can't understand why they haven't turned out well this year, or this has happened, or the insects have eaten this and that, and the slugs are in, and the pigeons and rabbits, you're getting attacked from all angles, basically."
Yeah, I think that's isn't that really half the fun though? Like it's just being able to learn from those experiences too, and just be able to, adapt and change your process as the time goes forward. And also obviously like recognize what really grows well in your region. That's something that's really nice as well, like understanding that. So it's great. Hey,
it is. Yeah. But apart from all well and good until everything's hinging on it. So it will then become a big key source of worry then, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm following all these different homesteading channels here in the United States. Broussard's down in Louisiana, White Family Farm up in Ohio, Hardknack Farm in Oklahoma. And each one of them has different problems each year, and sometimes they all have the same problem. And so, there are cycles, and I think for the most part, people forget to look at what the cycles are, and they don't. If they are keeping their own records, they don't really keep accurate records of, oh, this is what went wrong this year. These are all the things that went wrong this year, so they can notice the cycle when it happens. Because there will be times where, like the one year we planted across in the field across the street here, we had more friggin' beans than I tilled half of them back under again at the end of the season. And the next year, no beans. They wouldn't grow worth squat. But the squash grew good the next year.
So have a key plan of diversifying, not just growing a single crop, which if it fails, you stuffed, really.
Yeah. We were just experimenting too. That's all. We're learning what the area is doing up here, and we're just experimenting. With what grows good, what doesn't grow good. Corn does not grow good on our plots, but squash does. Peas grow good. Beans grow good now and then.
Yeah. Thor's put an interesting comment there. One thing we changed as well is to trying to do more vertical versus horizontal gardening. Right. So I can imagine vertical as in things strung up from trellises and stuff. Is that what he's getting at? So many veggies will grow vertical just as well as horizontal. Yep.
It's like how he was showing in some of the videos here lately, up there on his island up there. Just like the vine stuff, squash and zucchini and stuff like that. He's trailing it up into the trees, and it's just going hog wild up in the trees because it's not on the ground where the other bugs that you normally get the squash plants are attacking it. It's up in the trees, and the squirrels so far are leaving it alone.
Well, that's awesome.
See, a good lesson from history, I suppose. The Irish, they almost lived on potatoes. Potatoes is a good hardy plant to grow, so that'll be on my list for a start off. But not everyone is in a position to actually grow things for the long term.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, you can have things on the roof of a vehicle, boats, on your veranda, your balcony, and that sort of thing. But what sort of size of plots are we looking at for sustained, successful long-term growth? Acre, 2 acres, 3 acres, 5?
Now you're getting there.
So I think it's not very, long term. It does have its problems, but microgreens also play a really big part when you're looking at these type of things. Like microgreens can be a huge addition. I'm not saying as a sole way to be able to produce procure food, but absolutely microgreens have a good ability to provide some substance as well.
So you're talking about the microgreens in mason jars?
Yeah, that, and then also tray style, doing them in trays, like in big trays as well, can also really work nicely. But obviously there are problems to it. But I mean, even with your sunflower seeds, the amount of vitamins as well that you can get from just those sunflower seeds, microgreens and peas, beans, like little things. It's really quite nutritious, and it can be something that you don't need all that much space for. So in short relays, it can really be a big asset.
Yeah.
Speaking of sunflowers, that's something most people don't put away, is a bunch of sunflower seeds, specifically if their soil gets contaminated, especially with any type of heavy metals or anything like that. Sunflowers are great for removing that from the soil. You can't eat the seeds and stuff, but you can grow the plant, get that, and then you burn all the stalks and stuff in a burn barrel, and then you dispose of those ashes somewhere way away from where you're growing, and you can clean up a good bit of property that way. On part of the property across the street, we got a patch where the sunflowers are going in there, and this year was a huge area, and they're just wild sunflowers, and we're letting them grow. And where the sunflowers were growing 2 years ago, they're now moving on, and other plants are starting to grow up in that area where nothing was growing before, and the sunflowers are the first thing to move in there to rejuvenate and take care of it, because that was the area where I dug through and lowered the irrigation ditch into a pipe, and the subsoil way down below was volcanic ash. So there was a bit of heavy metals, natural heavy metals in the volcanic ash. And the sunflowers are taking care of that, and everything else is it's all nature's working its biology on it and turning it back into the good soil now by just letting nature take its course.
It's even good to cycle them in for certain crop rotations as well, for those specific purposes.
Yeah,
like certain crops do really well with them.
So I've got another question here. Is how would for all the preppers out there, how would they start off, introducing a long-term food growing regime? Well, you were talking about we starting off with the basics of testing soil pH. you know,
Well,
will that matter in you know, everything's half the infrastructure around you has been destroyed. It's just you in the 10-mile square area. Go.
well, so if I'll let one of you guys go first, but I'll be very quick, and I'll say that it's one of the most imperative things about it is just making sure that your placement, so geographically, like that your area that you're placing, that you are going to be able to grow as well, is somewhere that is very remote, if at all possible, also close to a water source. And then if you are capable as well, a lot of people don't have them in their preps, but be able to test the soil too. If you can test the soil and understand the soil that you're going to be growing as well, that's extremely important. And then also making sure that you do have storage so that you can store certain amounts of the foods as well, because some of your vegetables go bad really quickly too. And also making sure that you can secure them from certain types of rodents, from pesticides, from pests as well, like just certain bugs. There's a lot of really good assets to making sure that you do grow as remote as possible, but also that you have a good amount of heirloom seeds. Should your crops falter, then you do have backups as well. And that's why I say that heirloom seeds across the board are such an incredibly important part of your preps as well. So just my 2 cents on it, and really you guys can go now, but I'll just say that I've always loved the whole heirloom seed vault and making sure that you do have long-term seeds.
Hey, Warren RCG, good to see you. I
think Warren's tapping on a little thing down in that comment. Make hugelkultur beds. However, that's a small part because it takes time for the hugelkultur beds to come into their own. So you're going to need to work on multiple facets of growing. You know, hugelkultur, tillage, no tillage, different things to find out what works best for yours until your soil is fully functional. Yeah, lasagna style gardening too. we have some problems here in southeastern Idaho with morning glory. It likes to choke everything out, and its roots have been they've dug and they found roots going down 30 feet. So morning glory is, it's a problem. So a lot of people are going to raised planter beds with a weed blocker filter fabric underneath it. The morning glory can't grow through to get into their raised planter beds. But when you're good, you need to know what your soil is, what the pH is, what needs to be done to it, because the pH will determine whether or not you can grow certain crops or not. Berries love a more acidic soil. Potatoes love a more alkali soil. So around here we got very alkali soil, which is why so many potatoes are grown here in Idaho. But one of the things that you can do to adjust your soil pH, pine trees. If you have a very alkali soil, you plant pine trees, and the pine needles and everything turn the soil acidic, or back to a more neutral or slightly acidic pH rating over time. It's not instant, but it works. And that's the things you got to realize, what you can grow in your type soil, in your environment of temperatures and the sunlight limitation, whether you're farther north or farther south. And that's one of the starting points right there. You got to figure out what your environment will allow you to do.
This is going to be also the key benefits of being actually sustainable is, making sure you got people around you to assist you, being part of a group. You can't do everything yourself. You can't maintain the security of the place. You got the medical aspect, morale aspect. You got communications with other homesteads or farms or communities. All this sort of thing plays into it. So add farmer to the list, key member of the group.
Yeah.
How much? So we're talking about farm machinery now, and I guess we'll be going back to the days of horse and plow type thing. So finding the animals to help you along, not only the horses to pull the plows and stuff like that, but other animals to help the crops on the way.
Yeah,
manure and stuff.
That's one thing where around here, a lot of the, not the big guys, the little 2-3 acre guys are doing. They're have people that are raising goats. They get and bring the goats in to eat everything off first thing in the spring, and also leave a lot of goat pellets around. And then they go in and do work their soil and start doing the planting that way, because the goats will eat up all our big problem here. Besides morning glory is Russian broom. Somebody thought, oh, that's a great plant, we'll import that, and all the cows will love it. The cows love it for the first 6 inches. Once it gets more than 6 inches tall, it turns bitter, and the cows won't touch it, but the goats will. And that stuff grows fast too. And so bringing goats in to help clear it, then where they can plant it. And that's one other thing too, is never leave the soil bare if you can help it. That's why a lot of people around here in the fall put out cover crops. That's the whole thing. Cover crops, you cover the soil. And the biggest cover crop around here is peas, because you can always harvest the peas if they make it to harvest. If not, you just till it in and you just add all sorts of biomass to the soil.
Okay, so that's exposure of soil. Is that so that it doesn't get washed away and the nitrogen gets?
Well, more than that. The exposure, exposed soil invites weeds. Like I said, because you get wind blowing, weeds come in. But if it's something already growing there, like the peas or alfalfa or clover or something like that, it chokes out a lot of the weeds before the weeds can come up and become a problem. There are exceptions to that. One thing that around here seems to come up everywhere is the dandelions. But the problem is, why the dandelions are so prevalent here is that the soil is calcium poor. Dandelions love calcium poor soil. They send their roots down and they bring calcium up. Once the calcium level comes up in the soil, the dandelions kind of fade away for the most part.
Fortunately, and I know that there are, the uses are limited, but dandelions definitely can be a really, really good asset as well, though, within themselves. So obviously not to discard them, but you are absolutely correct. They can be a nuisance to the garden too, but they definitely have their reasons and purposes. And one should definitely do, even if you want to do yourself a favor and do 5 to 10 minutes research, find out more about dandelions and what their purposes are as well. There's actually, back in the day I did a video as well. I'm not going to link to it now or anything like that, but do some research if anybody's listening, and definitely find out what you can do with dandelions. Because and also plantago. Plantago is a really, really good one. Just a general thing that you find everywhere as well. It's also can be a bit of a weed. So plantago, really, really plantain itself is pretty much plantago. No, you're good. No, it's perfect.
So we call it plantain here,
yeah. So knowing that certain types of weeds can be very, useful.
Yeah. I mean, dandelions, just about every part of it is edible. People make dandelion tea, they make tinctures, they make salads out of it. The root's edible, everything is edible on it.
Quite medicinal in some respects as well.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it'll be interesting.
All over the place here. In my area.
Yep. And you always see every spring, or you see the people come along with the lawnmowers and just cut them all down or spray some sort of pesticide on them to get rid of them, along with a load of other useful plants, as Guardian said there. Because when we're talking about SHTF, nothing is single use, and everything has its use. So so every plant that's edible, think about its use, harvesting it, and incorporating it into your diet, because variation is key. not only for gut health, but for the overall health as well. It'd be interesting to, sorry, go on, Gil, you going to say something?
Yeah, the other thing about around here, the first flower that blooms is dandelion. And the bees are out hitting those dandelions like,
Yeah.
Well, I was going to use a euphemism, but it might be a little too risque for here. But yeah, they're out there just going after the dandelions as soon as they are up. That's the first thing the bees hit.
You see, a big problem people have been conditioned to this day and age is because we're completely interconnected across the whole world, is we've lost sort of sight and scope as to what we rely on externally. So what I'm talking about is if all shipping was to stop and there'll be no imports whatsoever to any sort of your country, wherever you are, what would the country actually grow and rely on? For instance, we can go back to the Second World War. Britain in the Second World War, no bananas, for instance, no pineapples, that sort of stuff. And it was basically just the greens, basic greens, carrots, all that sort of stuff. And people lost sight of what we can actually grow within our own countries and what we're missing. You know.
Yeah. I know for my region here, the things that will keep growing a lot is going to be potatoes, sugar beets, alfalfa, and by extension from alfalfa, beef and milk cows. There are a lot of dairies around here, and a lot of beef ranches and stuff. And that stuff that grows here, we're exporting alfalfa from this region all the time. So, and we provide the big chunk of sugar and potatoes for the United States and probably other countries as well. So I know around here, we don't import much food other than what the big box stores do, where they're importing tomatoes and certain, strawberries, blueberries from California.
We're all there. We're still here.
Yeah. So there's a you gotta look around what the professional growers are growing in your area, because they're growing that because it grows easy in that area.
Yeah, we tend to find here at the moment we get a lot of crops that aren't for edible use.
Yeah,
they're mainly for got rapeseed oil, which you get the oils out of it, but they're not plant to table sort of stuff. They're not the carrots, the potatoes, the beans, the cabbage, and cauliflower, that sort of thing. Yeah.
But the thing to realize on that is if everybody stops growing that, somebody's going to be smart and keep growing it, because they will be producing something that somebody will be needing later on, and they'll be able to trade that product for food and stuff, because people are going to, linseed oil, people, the woodworkers are going to want linseed oil for treating the hoe handles, the shovel handles, and, furniture and stuff like that. So there's going to be needs for things that aren't food crops. So if you can grow that really good on your property, simple and easy on part of your property, and grow food elsewhere, you'll be able to barter that other stuff to those that need it. And that's something to consider. But Thor mentioned it way back there, and I forgot to tag onto it right away. Trees. One of the first crops you should be planting if you're just starting out planting is trees. But don't just plant trees willy-nilly. Lay out a map of how you want things to go. Where's the sun at? How are the trees going to affect the garden? How are they going to protect the garden with? And plant your trees. Not just shade trees. Apricots, cherries, peaches, walnuts, almonds, whatever the trees are, plant them. And also you got to look at the trees, which trees do good with other plants around them and which ones don't. Walnuts don't like other plants growing around them. That's they put off that tannin stuff off in the soil and kind of kills all the grasses and everything else around the trees. But it takes several years after the walnut tree's gone before plants can come in. But there are other ones that.
Can I say quickly, Gil? Can I just start quickly? I just want to add that you should absolutely, if you have some sort of a bug out area or anything like that whatsoever, you should absolutely start doing that now. Like you can start doing that now for the future. It is some things that goes alongside with caching, some tools and that type of thing. Those type of items and doing that way better to be proactive than reactive, correct? So
right. Yeah. If you have a bug out location you're planning to get away from the city to go to, whether it's your summer cabin up in the mountains or just a piece of property you have, plant some trees up there. The first couple of years, you're going to have to go up there often to maintain the trees, put fences around them so the deer don't eat it all down and stuff till they get strong enough to withstand it.
Right.
The nature. Yeah. Because around here...
My wife was also just saying nut trees specifically, like certain types of nuts, like are amazing as well. Obviously, the proteins as well that you can get from them, and it's amazing. Continue. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Apple trees around here are big. Everyone around here loves apricots, but because we have such strong winds in the springtime, about half the time all the blossoms get blown off before they set. One of the things you also need to worry about in more northern temperatures is early sap run in fruit trees and nut trees. One of the ways you handle that is either you can get the white styrofoam stuff wrap the trunk of the tree, or like in California, up there in Yolo County, which is the walnut capital of California, every tree is painted white from the ground up to the first fork, and that keeps it from heating up from the sun and getting the sap flowing too soon, because they also get winds up there, and so basically they can make the tree put off budding out for a couple weeks. That can usually get them past the spring wind. So if you're in a more northern climate, or where you have where it freezes and stuff, you want to take care of that on your trees, because if you look at some of the trees, they see all these little bumps. And I froze again. Can't figure out what all those little bumps are. That's where the sap starts to run, and then it freezes. Again, you get some really cold frost dates, or even a little snow in it, and it'll freeze in there. But if you paint the trunk white, it reflects the heat and doesn't trigger the sap flow as early. So yeah, that's what
sorry to be quiet. I'm just being a sponge. I'm really enjoying learning more about this, because I absolutely love trees in general. I'm a big fan of obviously forests and the outdoors in general, but trees specifically and what they symbolize, and the fact that they are they just represent life too, and the essence of life itself.
Yeah. One of the things I'm doing here, which is going to be weird, is this is going to be an experiment starting next year. Up here in Idaho, it freezes. Citrus trees do not grow up here. Well, I'm going to be planting some citrus trees in some IBC totes. And so what I'll do is I'll have them out in front of the shop during the summertime. And when I start to get the first frost, I'll move that tote into the shop, where it won't freeze inside the shop during the wintertime. And hopefully, crossing my fingers, my oranges and lemons will do great.
I've got an apple tree, and it's been grafted, so half the tree produces one variation of apples, and half the tree produces another type of apples, which is a good it's a good space saver, because you're getting two varieties out of one tree, as opposed to planting two trees.
There's my mom had a 4-in-1: plum, peach, nectarine. What was the other one? And it was another stone fruit on there. And that lasted about 7 years before it petered out. Apricot was the other one. And but whereas the apricot she had, and the peach tree, those things lived to be 30 years old. And so, I've heard this from a friend of ours who was the head of the horticulture department at Diablo Valley College. She says the cross grafting onto trees is good for the short term, but for a long term, you need a purebred tree to be able to. For some reason, it's healthier and lives better than one with other varieties grafted onto it.
Yeah. I've got a friend he's just left. He's moved up to Scotland now, and we just keep in contact every now and then through text message and that sort of thing. And he used to teach at Kew Gardens. He used to be one of the head gardeners there. He's full of knowledge, and that's the type of person you want on board. But experience, lessons learned. People have gone through failures. That's what you want.
And the preppers that are waiting for SHTF or Tawaki to happen aren't going to do that.
No.
When they have their failures, it's going to be at a critical time, and they're going to pay a heavy price. Yeah, in California we have a 3rd acre in California. My wife is still working there. I'm retired. I'm getting our properties up here in Idaho ready for her to retire. But years ago, I leveled the front yard for her, put in sprinklers, had a nice lawn. We had that lawn for 2 years. She goes, "Would you be mad if I tore that lawn out and put it in a garden?" I say, "Knock yourself out." We tore out the lawn in the front yard, tore out the lawn in the backyard, put garden everywhere. She has planted Granny Smith, a Fuji, 2 apple trees. Then we have trying to remember the brands, the varieties of oranges. There's a Navel, a Valencia, and another one. Basically, we got 4 or 5 orange trees. We got 4 lemon trees, 2 cherry trees, a peach tree, a nectarine, and a citrus, tangerine. And she's giving food away left and right because the 3 of them that are still down there in California can't eat a 1/10 of what the trees are producing.
Yeah, it's quite.
That's a lot of fruit.
I mean, our 1 apple tree, we gave away 3 buckets full of apples to the local church the other week because they just fall off a tree and rot, and the wasps get into them and all sorts of other things eat them. So yeah, it's surprising how much comes off of 1 plant. Even one simple example. This year I had got a pepper plant, and the amount of peppers that came off that one little plant, it was 2 foot high, and you're talking about 30 peppers at least from that one little plant. And if you had a row of them, and you can store them, then you're in.
Yeah. One of the things that she keeps talking about, but she's so busy at work, they keep adding more. She's a property management accountant, and they keep adding more properties to her plate. She was wanting to try to do dehydrating the apples, making apple sauce, making apple juice, and she doesn't have the time for it. So, but if once she's retired, she'll have the time. Yeah, we'll have plenty of stuff just off of 2 apple trees, but we're trying to pick the varieties that'll grow up good up here, and I got to get them planted this spring. 2 apple trees. Going to plant a couple of apricots and a couple of cherry trees. We got to get the ones that will grow best up here, and that's the thing. Some varieties do, some varieties don't. Finally found out the 2 best ones to grow up here for 5B are going to be the Westcott and the Scout for the apricots. And what's good is they'll pollinate each other. And we had to have a big problem down there in California with all the squirrels. The squirrels just love the apricots. She had still, of all the squirrels, she had so many apricots. And she made all sorts of jams and stuff and gave away a bunch of apricots this year. And the trees aren't that big. So you got to look at your, if you're getting fruit trees, what can you do with that fruit for off season? Apples, yeah. If you have a really cold basement or something where you can store the apples at, and and store them the proper way, that's great. If you have a way to press and make apple cider, apple juice, make apple butter, make apple sauce, and just all the things you can make out of apple and pre-make it and can it, that helps out too. And canning is going to be the big thing for your long-term food, because you want to grow enough for 2 years each year. And the reason is because you never know when the next year is going to be what the heck happened to the garden? Oh, it rained for 6 months straight during the summer. Nothing grew. And if you don't have enough put away, you're going to be up the creek without a paddle. So you want to be able to, whatever it is you're growing, be able to store it for multiple years. Not true. The Fuji and Granny Smith we have there in California is overloaded every friggin' year for the last 15 years.
We get apples every year off that tree.
Yeah. I mean, literally, my wife takes buckets, 5-gallon buckets, 2 or 3 times a week across the street where they got horses. We know the owners. We'll put the buckets out there by the fence so when people come by to feed the horses, they have apples to feed the horses instead of, candy, instead of sugar lumps or something else. They have, stuff that the horses can eat on. But apples grow every single year around here. And we have one apple tree over across the street here. It's an old ancient apple tree, and it's still producing more apples than my daughter can even think about using. The deer come in and take all the apples that hit the ground. So, hey, we know we have deer coming in, and the deer know there's food there. So in a bad situation, we get out the bows and we harvest the deer.
So a big problem we find here is in relative peacetime. We are all individuals. We might work together in some, security and that sort of thing, but it's a hard task for people to do this sort of thing, maintain a plot of land sustainable for growing long term now, let alone SHTF, because they got work, they got kids, and all that, other commitments. And it's when you need to do this sort of thing, you need to start bonding with other people as a community and group to do this sort of thing, and hope that you've made ties beforehand so that everyone's on board. Because otherwise, you just don't know who you're working with, and it's got to be a team effort.
And that's something my wife is doing right now with the 4 or 5 other houses on the street that are doing gardens. Now on side streets, more people are doing gardens down there as well too. But the one grows mainly. They have like 12 cherry and nectarine trees, and then they have some squash plants going around down by them. Another one is growing corn and what else is it? Sorghum, because they want to make their own syrup. But you got several families growing. They're doing a mix, but they're doing a primary crops, and then they're trading with the other ones right now. They've been doing it for like 10 years trading. And my wife very seldom accepts anything, but she's always giving stuff away to these guys. So. You can't.
Slippery Pickle said that also in UK you can't kill a deer. Yeah, deer hunting's illegal here in peacetime.
Yeah,
but we have got the added variety of we're in Ireland, so we got the shore and the sea life and all the forageable things that come along with seashore as well. So, we got deer, obviously, hogs and that sort of thing. So there is a bit of variety and there is scope should some sort of failure happen in 1 year.
Yeah, I'm going to harp on it again. Failures happen every now and then in the years. You got to have enough food put away to carry you not only through the first summer, but through the next winter and possibly the next summer until you be able to harvest again. So, it's just like, my grandmother always tried to keep 5 years worth of food in the house. Her mom kept 8 years worth of food in the house because she lived out on a ranch up in the fingertip of Idaho where it points at Canada. There it gives Canada the prod, and they
8 years
had
of food is a long time.
They had
a lot of food.
Yeah, they had no electricity, no running water. They had a 3-seat outhouse. All right, so no septic tank. It was a 3-seat outhouse. They moved around every year or so, and this was back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and they raised more beef and stuff up there, and traded with the Indian tribes up there, beef for fish, and then they took stuff into town and sold it to get cloth for clothing and stuff. Yeah, you got to think outside the "I'm a prepper, I can do it all myself" box. No, you can't do it yourself. Yeah. And one of the things that people forget about is learning other skills to help out. How many people know how to work leather? How many know how to tan leather in the first place? The hides to make leather.
I have no idea.
I know how to work leather, but I don't know how to make how to tan the hide to make it.
I'll tan it for you.
That's all right. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Prabhat. No problem.
I was just saying, so you're thinking about, you've got all this, you've got a big plan in place, you start to grow things and you've got scale. But with scale comes vulnerabilities as well, because if you've got a nice little large sustained plot up to 5 acres, then you're vulnerable to other people coming in and trying to either force you out to take over your food crops, or coming in and saying, right, we're going to come around, like that film, I can't remember the name of it. People come in and say, right, if you don't start feeding us, we're going to come back and kill you, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons we chose the property we bought up here in Idaho for our retirement property. This city has only 4 access roads, and it's actually 2. There's one is called Goshen Road. It's also been renumbered as 800 North, and the next one is Flat Creek Road, which is 900 North. And so those 2 roads come in, and off those 2 roads are 2 other roads from each side into the city. That's it. We can isolate here. And just about every property here in the city grows a garden. So whether it's just a little small, 30 by 30 foot area or whatever it is, they either grow a garden or they have an orchard. So everybody here grows food. And the mentality here is, if everything goes, we're blocking off the roads. Yeah, we will block off the roads and set up one point to get in and out, and we're going to protect ourselves. And so it's it's a fairly decent way to protect. Now, on the west side of both my properties is a huge irrigation ditch. Thing's probably 40 feet across, and the water flows 8 feet deep, and it flows fast. And generally, it's only open during the from May 15th to October 15th. But it can we can control it, and we can make it run year round to make that a barrier. Because any water that doesn't get used goes right back on down and dumps back into Snake River 20 miles down the road. So that's a barrier that we can open up and keep on the one side to protect us.
The Magnificent Seven, that's what I was thinking of earlier.
Yep. The Magnificent Seven.
Yeah, so you've got security to deal with, growing the year-round crops, sustaining everything, looking after animals if you've got animals. It's definitely a multi-system approach.
Yeah, there's
Would you like to join my WhatsApp group for farming, canning, making soup and stuff?
Now, one of the things, like the last 2 years, actually, well, it's the last 3 years, I've done an indoor garden. I've done videos on it, growing different things. What's interesting is this last time I had 2 5-gallon buckets that I planted a cherry tomato in one, and another one called a Grandero, which is it's a small tomato, which is good for making tomato paste and sauces and stuff. And they were doing good. They produced a lot inside the house here. I moved them outside. They produced a little bit more. Then they looked like they were going to die. So I figured, I'll go put them in one of the new garden totes I just finished filling them with soil. Put them in there. I thought they were done for the season. Oh, what happened with those 2 tomato plants was amazing. They tripled in size, and there's even with the like last night we had 35-degree weather. We've had that several times here. They're still blossoming and putting out tomatoes like they think it's spring. To that store. Yes, exactly. The fly ash, the chemical from the fly ash and the lime will seep through even the 55-gallon barrel food grade barrels. It'll leach through the barrel into it. Put down some 2x4s or a couple sheets of plywood or pallet. If you can find a pallet, put it up on the pallet. It protects your water so much better.
I have all my water on a garage shelf, so that works perfectly.
Here's something for information for people most people don't know about this. Check around your area. If there is a local distillery, a small distillery, mom and pop type distilleries set up, sometimes they will import bulk alcohol. The one up here in Shelley brings in the IBC totes. Those are the 275-gallon totes, food grade totes. They'll bring in the potato alcohol at 193 proof, and then they'll cut it down to 70 proof in making the vodka, or they'll make like hard lemonades and stuff. Generally, the totes, once they use them, they can't use them again, and they got to get rid of them. They can't just send them back either, because people can't use them because they're used, and for food stuff they can't use used totes. I picked mine up for $60 a pop.
You're talking like water containers.
Yeah.
Are these made of plastic?
Yeah, here, hang on a second. Let's see if I can bring it up here, and then I'll share it here.
So yeah, just while you're searching for that, you could be another thing to throw in the pot here is you could be on the other side of the fence where you haven't grown anything, you're not interested in growing anything, you're on your own, and you've got other things to contribute. Like, you know, you could have survived up to a certain point on fish, meat, rabbits, and that sort of thing, and you've come to the point where you want to start establishing yourself back into a community, and you could offer your services as a hired labor hand into a farm or to a group to be a hired hand, basically, to help them out in the labor area. And in conjunction, you know, in return, you get free food and stuff. But go on then if you found it.
Haven't found it yet. Shoot.
Right.
Yeah. Trying to remember the name of it. I'm searching across, with over 1,000 videos. I'm searching across mine to pull out the right one here.
So you're talking about a plastic container that's had alcohol.
Here we go. I found it. All right. So pull that up there and move this over here. And of course I get an ad playing right away, and we're going to skip the ad.
Ad blocker.
So I just want to add something on the side here real quick, and that's that obviously, you know, we were mentioning earlier about having community, which is obviously so important during any kind of SHTF as well. And just not just having community, but, you know, various different types of people and knowing what they currently enjoy doing as well. And within that, yeah, let's actually watch this quickly. I'll hold my thought. Let's give this a watch.
All right. So these are some of the ones. This is part of my water storage.
Right. Yep.
275 gallons each. And let me jump forward here. There we go. So that's what I got for my water storage for the family.
Right. I see what you mean. Yep.
And those all had alcohol in them when I got them. And I paid $60 a piece for those. You can't buy a 55-gallon barrel for $60 anymore.
Yeah, we can get those similar type of containers here relatively cheap as well. Yeah, if you know where to look.
Yeah, you got to make sure what was in it beforehand, though.
Yeah, definitely. And if anyone's interested in water, it was only a couple of weeks ago on Shadow's stream we discussed water. So have a replay of that. It's good, full of information.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, Guardian. What was you about to say?
Yeah, it's just adding that I think that a lot of the people here as well share the same sentiment when it comes to having a community and realizing that people currently, you know, have different preferences when it comes to certain strong points, but also equipping people with the right amount of knowledge. So having books on certain things as well so that they can be educated, like post kind of any SHTF type scenario. And when I say books, obviously books can become cumbersome very easily. So just understanding like the importance, obviously, of having like compact books, but books that do cover quite a wide array of different knowledge, and not just for ourselves as well, because unfortunately this is, you know, if there were to be a kind of SHTF that is imminent, obviously the more pressing one and the more one that is likely that would be reoccurring from the past as well would be, you know, the WAR, like something like in the Middle East, what's occurring right now could definitely offshoot something really crazy if other people get involved. But I don't want to go too far into that rabbit hole. But I'm just saying, yeah, having books is really important. I'm just going to close with that. Go ahead.
One of the things to consider on books and stuff, especially if you're thinking about bugging out, is getting the books either on a Kindle or a book reader that you can keep in a Faraday bag so it's EMP proof, or get them in a PDF format and put them on an external hard drive and keep that in a Faraday bag until you either use it. You can get a Faraday bag that a laptop will fit into no problem, and a printer will fit into it, and you can use that as part of your preps. You put it away, and you don't have to worry about using them until, something drastic like some sort of EMP, whether it's caused by or whether it's caused by the sun with a CME. And hang on a second here. Yeah. And
speaking of books, this one is really good.
Yeah, a nice book like that covers a wider range of skill as well, like is really good. A book like
it
that,
does.
Yeah, so if you have the capability to have that in a bug out location, because it is quite a large book, but having in a bug out location and store them in a nice trunk, preferably under like a good compartment. If you know how to stash and hide things, hide your books too, because in a bug out location, you don't want them tampered with now.
I want to show something else here to you guys here. If I can get it up here, here we go. Bring it over here. Something else I've done with the IBC totes here. And of course it pops up an ad too. 3, 2, 1. Okay, and then I can share this. And for okay, so right behind me there, I'm taking IBC totes and I'm making a retaining wall and planters out of them. So these are they're all planters. They're right. The final product is all finished already. I got stuff growing in them right now, and they act as a retaining wall for the area between the house and it. And for retaining wall material, buying lumber now to make a retaining wall probably would have cost 10 times what those IBC totes cost me. Plus, I got, let's see if I can find, if I zoom here and find out where I did it up here. I'm filming, making hugelkultur in them. Yeah, so I'm putting dirt in them. It's not showing it there, but it's not the other one. It's on the second page one. Anyways, I've actually, those top of them, they're about, almost 4 feet tall. And so my knees and my back say, fool, you're not going to be crawling around on your knees gardening. And this works great because I can walk right up to them. I can do the rainbow chard, the spinach, the lettuces and stuff there at chest height. And I can go through it and I can pick it and harvest it without bending over and killing my body.
So you've cut the tops off, filled them with soil, and you're growing things in them. Yep. Right. Yeah, that's similar to the Hesco-Bastian blast walling we used to use in the Middle East. And
some of them, though, I actually cut them in half and turned it over. So I have some lower ones to put tomato plants in. Because, you're not digging down, you're bending out that low for a tomato plant and it grows up. And so I get plants from one side, and it's too tall. I go to the other side where it's got where the dirt is built up for the retaining wall side, and I can get the rest of the tomatoes off it too. It's simple. It's simple. It's cheap, and it works.
Yeah. It's the thing is having also having those raised gardens as well allows you to control the type of soil as well. So you have so much more control over what's growing, and you don't have crossover. So that's obviously really, really good. Just in general, just making sure that you do have raised gardens.
Yeah, and it makes it easier to maintain as well.
It keeps easier to keep the weeds out because during off season, I put compost stuff in there, and I can put a little tarp over the top of it. And the weeds blowing around, the weed seeds that are blowing around during the late fall and winter, don't get inside of it.
Yeah, those like I say, they're similar to the blast walling we had in the Middle East. Instead of being made of plastic, they were made like a canvas type material covered with mesh. And they, it's testament to them that you can use them as a wall around your perimeter, and they're good for attack basically. Yeah. So another purpose for them.
Yeah, Howie. Howie loved what I did with a couple of the full high ones. The bottom 1.5 is a hugelkultur. I took limbs off the tree and the branches and put everything in there. dumped some cow manure down in there with it that's been sitting around for about 2 years. And I built it up. And then I started adding my compost pile soil on top of that. So yeah, in the next couple of years, it's going to be going down. I'm going to have to add more compost to the top of each one of it as it goes down, as the limbs and stuff down the bottom decompose and turn into soil themselves. So yeah, it's probably going to be 10 years before I have to worry about digging them out and turning the soil over. The way it's just going to keep adding to it and just keep going on it. So, and Boris, by 10 years, it's going to be, it may be time to replace them anyways.
Yeah.
So in those that retaining wall system you got there, how do you avoid soil getting compacted?
Well, that's what I said. Everything. I'm putting the loose, trying to put as much compost in there as opposed to dirt soil. So it stays looser longer. Then, if it starts to get too compacted where it's hard to use it, that's where in a couple of years, that's where the grandkids come in. Hey guys, you want to dig in the dirt?
Oh yeah, we love it.
Get them to dig most of it out and return it, put some more straw in, and just rebuild them again.
An interesting thing to look at is the Victorian Britain and how the walled garden system worked. They had these big Victorian manor house, and you had all the workers coming from the village and all that sort of thing. But they had like a brick wall around. So it's called a walled garden. This is for people who don't know. And the walled garden retained the heat of the sun, and it stopped the frost encroaching into the crops in the wintertime. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else has seen any other examples in other countries, but yeah.
One of the things that people don't realize that they were still doing in the Victorian times was they were fertilizing with human fertilizer.
Yeah, well, they do that in Germany.
Yeah. And of course, back then, they weren't getting all these chemicals in the food like we're getting now with our store-bought foods, with all these chemicals and medications and other stuff. So human fertilizer, if properly decomposed, is really is really a good fertilizer, so long as you give it its time to, a year and a half, 2 years to decompose properly. Of course, in some cultures, they just, they put it straight in the soil early spring, bury it and then plant up above it, a month or two later.
Do you know what Genghis Khan used to do? Do you know? I'm not gonna speak about that too much. But so it goes in tandem with what you're speaking about at the moment. But it's part of history that.
Oh, the other part of human composting.
Yeah, that's dead bodies in the soil.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's proven that what Gil is speaking about is true, and obviously it is a bit dark. But then again, different type of SHCF scenarios, and I will still say it, like, even though I do believe the WAR thing is very likely with the other scenario that's happening up there. Look, as we get further and further into advancements with technology, we face very bad situations which could occur. And I wouldn't have usually put my money on an EMP previously, right? Like I've always thought that EMP isn't that likely. But quite honestly, if the machines wanted to really, take us out, that there's a way that you'd think that they'd be able to take, like, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but I will say that it is possible, and specifically if it's another country trying to attack, to try and take out technology, because as technology becomes more of a component of warfare, it is much more wise for an enemy to be able to to cripple you by taking out your machine learning capability, because that's where it all is right now. Like most of technology and most of weaponized warfare leans more and more heavily into artificial intelligence, deep mind learning, and as we approach general AI, that's something that is a whole different ballgame. So the only thing that you can really do to to decapitate the head of your enemy is to basically, nullify their technological capacity.
Along the same lines with that, one of the things that I've learned over the years, especially when I was working at DHS, is that the grid, everyone thinks about taking down the grid. Okay, that's going to be an EMP weapon or a CME taking down the grid. There is so many more likely things that'll take down the grid than either of those two events happening. If you lose a major, I forget what it's called, where all the transmission lines come together and then you have a substation or a master station nearby. If you lose that key point or that master station, you lose a whole big area. And it doesn't take an act of man to take out those. It can be a storm. It can be, an earthquake. It can be a tornado. Goes through and takes out, and all of a sudden, boom, here's one area out. And then if there's another storm, different type of storm going on elsewhere, all of a sudden that one goes down. If you get two of them going down apart, you're just going to start having domino effects of power surges to the rest of the system.
Yeah, not just that. So that's a huge thing. It's a huge component, right? And that absolutely can occur. It's also just people, like people themselves, human beings. The element of human beings can do that. Like people can be destructive and do so for malicious purposes.
Yeah, the thing is, there's so many fragile pieces of infrastructure in place. Like Gil said, it can have a big domino effect. That people just don't realize how vulnerable we are.
And when the grid goes down and you lose the internet, you're going to have a whole generation going, why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? I can't handle it.
I agree.
The thing is, these days, people have, it's not through any individual's fault. People have lost touch with things, how to do things. I mean, the expertise of farming here in Britain, for instance, is just purely down to the farmers. All the people in the cities, they won't know how to grow food long term unless, they can read books and stuff like that. But really, the expertise isn't there. They haven't got machinery, isn't there. They haven't got access to all the tools and all that sort of stuff.
You just gave me an idea. I thought to remember here. One of the channels I follow is Rebel Canners, Tammy, and she's been going around to all these museum places this summer and fall where they have the steam engines and they got all the old farming equipment in the museums.
Yeah.
Does everybody know where those are around your area? Or that if you need to, I know where I can get some equipment.
Yeah, I visited one last year, and that's exactly what I thought. Is if SHTF, this is where I'm coming. They've got all the old hand tools and the reapers and all that sort of stuff. All the the belt-driven steam engines.
All right, I have a family photo of my great-grandfather down in Riverside, California, with the first combine brought into California. It had 60 mules pulling it. It was a big, wide monster that, articulating stuff, and had like 20 guys on it running it. And it would go across and just do acres at a time, slowly. But it was pulled by 60 mules. And this was back.
That's a lot of mules.
It's a lot of mules. But this was back in, before my dad was born. My dad was born in 1930, so it was before then. And it was one of the first combines brought into California.
And you see, this is it. Machinery didn't really come into farming, big machinery, until just for the Second World War. Second World War, we started to get traction engines over here. And a lot of them are well preserved, and you get big traction engine rallies and stuff like that. And then you started to get the belt-fed systems, which aided, gathering all the hay and that sort of stuff. Because previous to that, it's a pitchfork, and that was it. And you're into horses and stuff like that before then.
Yeah, it was interesting. And one of the things I saw, it looked like a regular wagon. Okay, and what it was for is for gathering up the alfalfa and the hay and stuff. The guys would go out there with the sickles and they would cut it, and someone would come on with the raker thing and throw it into a big hedgerow, and then the horse team was set up wide, and they pull the wagon over it, and it had like a paddle wheel pickup, and it would pick it up onto the first wagon. They had a second wagon behind it, and they were just just pushing it back into the second wagon. They drop that wagon, hook another wagon up, go along, fill the back wagon up, drop it, hook another one, and then they take those full ones back to the barn. So evidently that saved a lot of time in trying to load it up onto the wagon to begin with. There are some ways, if you think outside the box and look at old school stuff, of ways to do things.
Yeah, learn from the past.
There's a good series out there. There's a couple of series. One's called Victorian Farm. One's called Wartime Farm. And that's where a group of historians, archaeologists, they basically lived as Victorians and as they would have done back in those days. And they run a farm for a year. And they did the same for Second World War as well. So Wartime Farm, Victorian Farm. It's a really good series. There's loads of little tips and stuff to watch. It's probably on YouTube as well, so give it a check out.
All right. I just thought of something here. Let me pull this up here for you guys. This is going to be interesting. All right. So what I typed in for the search here is FEMA gasifier plans. Build a gasifier, FEMA gasifier plans, right there. Boom. And there are other ones, library, FEMA gasifier. For those who don't know what a gasifier is, a gasifier was something they did both in World War I and World War II here in the United States. On the front of the tractors, they attached this gasifier, and basically took wood chips and stuff and turned it into a gas that they could run the engine on. And so that's how the farmers kept working, was using gasifiers on their farm trucks, the tractors, and stuff like that. And there's even some plans for putting them on cars, like Model Ts and stuff.
Yeah.
So
that series I just mentioned, Wartime Farm, they build one of those to run the bus. Mm-hmm. And it's it's easy to watch. There's no hard explanations or anything. You just watch it and you think, oh yeah, that's easy.
FEMA gasifier, the plans are there. They're in PDF format. You can download them for free. I've got a bunch of them on mine. What was interesting is last year I saw some videos at one of the PrepperCon. There's a company making gasifiers to run whole house generators.
Right. So
if you live near woods, we got a lot of wood stuff. You just cut up the wood and stuff, and chip it and feed it into the gasifier, and it'll power your house.
Can I interject and just say it's absolutely unfair that you guys have a PrepperCon? I really wish we had one of those. That'd be amazing. I'm just saying.
Well, Guardian, I agree with you about that one. We don't have PrepperCons here in Sweden either, but
no, it's very much, I think, an American thing.
If you find there are some channels that go to the PrepperCons and they'll put out like 20, 30 videos that they filmed during the day at PrepperCon. So, and they go around and they interview the people at the different booths. And those channels are great to come across and save them. Unfortunately, when I saved it on my one computer, I lost that file, that folder. I don't know where it went to. I had a bunch of those channels saved in there, and lost it.
We did have a PrepperCon a couple of years ago, but it was just labelled as a place where people would just go looking for guns and stuff, and it turned out to be a right flop.
Yeah.
Thing is, we're here in Britain and in many countries. Well, I mean, Britain's quite a populous, dense country, and it's relatively safe in terms of natural disasters and other, big events like that. We don't get earthquakes, we don't get really bad storms, we don't get tsunamis or anything like that recently. So,
but you get a lot of rain that
yeah,
can
we get a lot
create
of rain.
floodings.
But the point is, people, the general public, romanticize the fact that SHTF is going to come in the form of all these mega quakes and all this sort of stuff, which they see in these films and stuff, and they're quite sanitized. The problem is when something does happen, they're completely off guard and they're completely stuffed. So yeah,
It's like, they're deer in the headlight.
yeah.
What do I do?
Exactly.
What do I do?
Yeah.
I get no respect. What do I do?
Yeah, and therefore, as soon as you mention the word prepper, it's just a case of a gun-toting idiot,
Yeah. Well, I love people to say, preppers are a cult. They don't do, they're very few and they're radical. And I like turning it around on them. I go, well, wait. Do you have car insurance? Well, yeah. Do you have health insurance? Yeah. Do you have house insurance? Yeah. Do you have more than 2 days of food in your house? Yeah. You're a prepper. You're prepared for an accident. You're prepared for life of loss. You're prepared for medical things, and you have more than one days of food in your house. You're a prepper. You may not know it, but you're a prepper. And it just looks like people's eyes. I'm a prepper. Yeah, and people don't realize. I mean, it's like prepper, as made popular by doomsday prepper, is just such a narrow focus on some of the extremes of prepping. You look at it as a whole, it's like, you want to see a real prepper? Go back and look at your great grandma. Exactly, Grace. And it's like, I love the meme on Facebook. It goes around now and then, and they're trying to, YouTube and Facebook is putting up their fact checkers on it, saying this is totally false. There's no evidence of anybody doing this. And it says, the way the price of food and foil and stuff is, now you know why your grandmother washed the aluminum foil and saved bacon grease. And yeah, I mean, my grandmother had a thing of bacon grease there by the stove. Every time we did bacon, we strained it off into there. And when she used the aluminum foil it wasn't really ruined much. It was just kind of covering something. She'd wash it off in the sink, hang it up to dry, and use it again.
Yep, that works.
And that's what we're going to have to do if things go. It's like CR says, recycle, reuse, relearn. Or something like that. What is it you say, CR? He's putting on some of your things about that, Reuse resources. Reusing resources, yeah. There was one you did several things on. It was really cool. Now he's going to go back and see what I say. He's going to see. I was going to go look it up.
But I agree. Reusing resources. That saves the environment.
You see, a lot of the modern day farms, especially here, they're so reliant on technology as well. They've got these supersized tractors, supersized harvesters. Everything is controlled and run by some sort of electronic management device. I mean, half the tractors are even got GPS control, and they're going to struggle to come to terms with the scale of the task, because they're not just making, because most farms are for profit. They're not just growing things for profit anymore. They're going to have to downsize and readjust to self-sustaining farming for their own survival, basically, and hope that people haven't identified them beforehand as a potential target and come to either kidnap them for their own benefit and advice or expertise, or come and try and take them out and take over completely.
Well, that's the thing. I've always thought about this, that if the farmer is smart, you'll have some signs made. Then when it does happen, he just puts the signs up. I have the knowledge. Kill me, you lose the knowledge. Come to me and work for me. I will teach you, and we will both grow together. And that's what the farmers need to do. And when people come and go, you want food and stuff, fine. You can set your tents up over here at this point here. You're in charge of this land here. These acres here. I'll help you grow it. We're going to work together, and we're going to grow food.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the mentality of some people isn't like that, and they'll just completely pig-headed, and they'll come in and kill you, and then just think, oh dear, I shouldn't have done that. Too late.
Yeah, and it's like people go out and even nowadays they found cows that have been shot, and they've been started to be butchered, and you can see where they follow the trail back to its road, and it's like the people don't know how to butcher a cow. Yet they're hungry, they're unemployed, they're homeless, on the verge of homeless, and they go out and try to kill a cow to put meat in the freezer, and they don't know how to do it. Yeah,
in Midwest England, there's an area called the Shropshire area. There's loads of different activities that have occurred in the past where people have come in and just chopped the legs off of sheep and left it to die, and taken the leg away to eat, basically. And that's in modern day Britain. Yeah. And the farmers come along, found dead sheep and stuff with the leg missing, because the guy just didn't know what to do, and it's unbelievable.
There are books out there on Amazon on how to process pigs, goats, rabbits.
Yep.
People, if you're getting that hungry, learn to do it right. Take a day to get the book, read it. Don't waste the food.
I agree.
And then even we get areas talking about food. Fish comes into the equation here. We get fish farms here where that sort of thing happens again. People coming in poaching it. Even the farms around here. When the potatoes have been harvested, dug out of the ground, you get people at night creeping along, getting the potatoes that have been missed, and going home with their own sacks full. And that's now. And potatoes these days are relatively cheap at the moment.
Yeah. It's and that's the thing. If you're talking, all the tractors and stuff have GPS and everything else, and if something happens, it doesn't have to be a major EMP type thing. Not with what's going on right now. I don't know how many hundreds of Starlink satellites have come down because of the weakening of the magnetosphere. That's a whole nother story. Go watch Ben Davidson over on Suspicious Observers for that one. But he's written books on it. But when the tractors can't work, their electronics aren't working right.
Yeah.
What's the farmer going to do? Well, I bought it when I bought the first property here in Idaho. I also bought a 1941 Ford tractor. That gasoline engine, not diesel, no fuel injection, carburetor. I've got a spare carburetor for it. I got everything I need for it, and it's not fast, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, could even be something as something as simple as a software upgrade in the actual vehicle itself as well.
Yeah. But I mean, this thing here is just, let's see, what do we got? We got a gas tank. We got a gravity fed to the glass bowl with a little filter on it. gravity feed down to the carburetor, but I installed a little inline fuel filter there, and it goes to the carburetor. The voltage regulator has been changed from 6 volt to 12 volt. Has a 12 volt battery on it, 12 volt starter on it, and all the points and condense everything's 12 volt. And away she goes.
You make a good point. We have the big cab tractors, but an old cab garden tractor.
Yeah, here we find that the bigger farms and stuff like that have got all the modern day equipment, the electronic stuff, and the smaller homesteaders or the crofters and the smaller size farms have got the older traditional tractors and stuff. And there's plenty of them here, all over the place. The older style as well.
Yeah,
vehicles. The older, the more robust.
I've seen several of the 9Ns and 8Ns for sale around here for $3,500, and it's, if something happens, those are going to be the tractors that are running.
Yeah, and
they're going to be out there working hard because everyone's going to be clamoring for food, and the big boys aren't going to be running. Their tractors ain't going to be working.
$3,500 for an old tractor like that. That is good price. Well investment if you have the money for it.
And they're easy to put a gasifier on. So you don't have to worry about buying gasoline. You can of all the cottonwood trees we have around here, we'll be running those things for decades.
Yeah, Grace Johnson has got a good point. The Amish have got the right idea. Yeah.
Okay, Kesem.
Wasn't there a load of Amish that got caught out the other week when all their the emergency alert phones went off? They were found to have phones.
Oh, slippery pickle. Yeah, but the thing is, I want to see Bill Gates out there gardening that farm in SHTF or in Tawaki. When there ain't no gas, there ain't nothing. I want to see him out there growing his own food.
It would have preserved them all with A-peel.
I'm sorry. Right now, a song just popped in my head by Weird Al Yankovic, Amish Paradise. If you haven't heard Amish Paradise, there's a great, plenty of the videos on YouTube here. You can just type in Amish Paradise. It's hilarious. I've churned butter once or twice.
But yeah, like I said earlier, not everyone is into farming. Has got the expertise now or the location to do it. So they may be thinking about contributing their physical labor to a friend or another farmer when they come across them, or they might be part of a community or a prepper group that are all singing on the same song sheet and have all got different skill sets and trades that they can thrive off each other to continue.
Yeah, there's a series of books I was reading by Thomas A. Watson called Forgotten Forbidden America. And in the beginning of it, there's a farmer, he and his wife are getting older, and they got a land out there, and they're wanting to get they don't have any kids, so they're trying to recruit these families to become part of their prepper group, which they want to form. And they get several families coming out there, and they give them, all right, you got this acre, you got that acre to put up your own house on and your own little garden, but you got to come up here at least one weekend a month and help out on the farm, learn how to run the farm, how to do everything. And that to me, when I first read the first half of that book, it's like awesome. And it's actually a very good idea for people to consider people from the city finding somebody out in the country that they can go to, making friends, buying an acre off of their 500 acre spot to put a house on, and where they can come live if things go downhill, and they can help out on the farm.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got to shoot off, Shadow.
Oh yeah, wow!
No
Lost track of the time.
And got some various tasks to do, so I'm going to sign off. I'll catch you later, Gil.
All right.
Talking to you.
Yeah.
Guardian, I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, I got, as always, some new content out. If you're really bored and feel like watching somebody do some mundane fitness and stuff and want to enjoy the journey with me.
I was just watching one of your videos just before I come on this live stream. I'm up to date with you.
Yeah, I really appreciate.
Going.
I really appreciate it, and it's going well. Thanks for the motivation as well, and it's always good to have a chat with you. Bye for now, buddy.
No worries,
Bye-bye.
no worries. All right, Shadow, I'll catch you all in a bit.
Yeah. Take care.
All right. See you later, folks.
Right. And before I take off, I just want to remind everybody that tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern United States time, I'm going live for Survival Saturday, and I'm giving away a bunch of stuff on the show because, woohoo, I hit 1,400 subscribers. So I'm having a giveaway tonight.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I got to get out. I didn't realize how late it's going. I got to get out there and work on cleaning my shop, getting it ready for where I can insulate it for the winter. So
yeah, no problem.
All right. See everybody later. Remember, stay happy, stay safe, keep adding to your preps. See you later.
Goodbye for now, Gil. Later, buddy. Always good to have Gil around.
Yep. Gil is
Both
good.
of them have a lot of input and knowledge, and it's always nice speaking to Bed Veteran and Gil.
Yeah, Gil and Peavy has a lot of knowledge. They know things that I don't know anything about. So,
speaking of great knowledge, I wonder if CR is going to come up at any point.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Hey, CR. Are you going to join us up here, buddy? We'll see what he says.
Did you see CR's nice joke there? Let's bring that up on the screen there.
Yeah, Grace. Rotate your
That's great.
Oh, God. No,
I figured.
Once I talk, I don't stop. CR, that's my problem. Like I'm learning to be more concise as I'm getting older, so that's a good thing. But then if me and Shadow are both being such gentlemen that we both, not filling the space, then it's just going to be quiet up here. When you're up here, you've always got something interesting to talk about, and it's always lots of fun.
Yeah, I agree with you about that one. But anyway, a garden and grow your food, that is important. But we all have different possibilities to do so, especially grow for long term. If you live in an apartment, well, that can be a little bit more trickier, but you can do. And the problem with apartments is, especially at winter time, the temperature drops at least in my apartment. So it gets a little bit colder. So it doesn't keep the temperature up. Not as I would like to, but so we always need to have a extra radiator to keep the heat up. You can still mix soil in an apartment. Food Forest Permaculture talked about it on Life Force Canada. Okay. Okay. I need to check that one out because I haven't done that. Kaylin does that. Yeah, yeah, she probably do. But the question is how much space you need for to make soil in an apartment. It depends on how much space do you really need for it, especially in wintertime.
I think there's a lot of situations where you can look at what people have done throughout the past as well. That's always, a good idea of how to cope with those type of scenarios. You have a small, compact amount of area, and you can look at what people have done to survive long term in compact situations, and how they've, been able to get through them. Because that's obviously quite a pressing matter.
Yes, decomposing takes some time. Yeah, and if you can, it takes a couple of years if you want to make a really good soil. Maybe 2-3 years. So yes, that takes some time. But probably you can make it a little bit quicker by using. I had a stream about that a couple of months ago. Bokashi compost that increases the time for producing soil. Bugs, microbes, and fungi. Yeah. Bokashi composts, you basically it's fermented organic waste. A book called Buffalo Bird Woman's Garden is a good read with pictures on how American Indians grew, harvested, and preserved. Yeah. I need to write that down. I might. We can do like that. And I'm gonna copy. I might. There we have it. Okay, I can do that later. Increasing the surface area would speed it up. Yeah, that too. Red warbler worms in a container will break down the food scraps. Not all scraps, but some. Okay. In the house, keep the worm bin in the house. Yeah. My next door neighbor asked me after I bought a compost bin, how long is that gonna take? And I said next year. And how long is that going to take? And I said next year. Her whole face sunk. Yeah. When you add back, you can grow a little more. Yeah. Rinse and repeat. I didn't know you could order worms on Amazon. Okay, that was a new thing. Yeah, I agree with that, Grace. It's a lot of planning. Decomposing slows down in winter. Yeah, it does. Hey, Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you. And thanks for coming in, by the way. Those are red wigglers. Okay. That's cool. I can see if I can find. We open a new one tab. It's easier. Present. Share. Let's see. Bokashi composting. A step-by-step instructional guide. Bokashi composting is an anaerobic fermentation process that relies on inoculated bran to ferment kitchen waste, including meat and dairy, into a safe soil builder and nutrient-rich tea for your plants. So it is basically a win-win. And by the way, I can't copy that and I put that in. It's not a complicated thing to do to use a bokashi. It's not rocket science. it's pretty easy. So the finished product is an extremely nutrient-dense plant food that may be buried in compost trenches in a garden. It is an aerobic fermentation process that relies on inoculated bokashi bran to ferment kitchen waste, including meat and dairy. Yeah. In bokashi composting, food scraps of all kinds, including those that are banned from traditional composting methods like meat and dairy products, are mixed with some of the inoculated bran, pressed into the bokashi bucket, covered with another handful of bran, and tightly covered. When the bucket is full, it's sealed shut and set aside for 10 to 12 days. Every other day during that time, you can use the hand spigot in the bokashi bucket to drain the liquid, which is an inevitable byproduct of this composting process. This liquid is also known as bokashi tea and is an invaluable asset for your houseplant since it's packed with nutrients. So I think that could be a good option to a regular compost. Okay, Slippery Pickle, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Okay, Guardian. Every bit a brush I clear gets chopped and dropped with hand tools. Yeah. The food still has value, just converting it with microbes. I'll join in about. Okay. Okay, CR, no problem. But I think that the bokashi system is a good idea to use, actually. This makes it a quick, cheap, and easy process every home gardener should learn, and how Guide lays out everything you'll ever need to do bokashi composting properly at home. When the bucket is opened, the food waste, though recognizable, is thoroughly pickled. At this stage, the pre-compost can be buried in a fallow spot in the garden. One caution, it is still so acidic that plant roots should not come in contact with it for 2 to 4 weeks. So that is not that bad, actually. If you always wanted to learn how to compost at home but found it too intimidating, bokashi is the perfect place to start. Learn everything you need to know about bokashi in this complete guide. Yeah. So I think that is a good way to get soil. Okay, CR. Well, compost has, well, it is about gardening things and growing things. You need good compost soil, so. The Humanure Handbook is another great book on composting. Yeah. Thanks for the tip, Warren. I appreciate that. I'm gonna check this link. Compost Everything, the good guide to extreme composting. Yeah. And it got also good ratings, so that's good. Okay, it seems like this book contains a lot of good information, actually. I'll take a look at that later, so... A good compost soil is needed. It's good for your veggies, your crops. Good book tips about composting, yeah. Because you need the nutrition for your plants, and different plants needs different nutrients. So tomato plants needs one type of nutrients, and squash needs another one. So, or more of one and less of another. So thank you, Warren, for sharing this book, the link to this book. I appreciate that. And these are books I never heard of before, so that's awesome. You can buy that one on Amazon, okay? Do you have any other tips you can share with us, Warren? Share tips? Yeah, Grace, I like books myself. I like books. I like flipping through the pages. I would rather hold it in my hands and read. Old school. Yeah, I'm a little bit of old school myself. Yeah, I like books. These are good to have, physical books. But they weigh a lot if you have a lot of them. I have a book about hydroponic, how to grow in a hydroponic system. So that is one thing I have planned to do. My sister has a lot of gardening type books. That's good. That's awesome. I think I have maybe 2 books about it, about that topic. Yeah, I think I have 2 books. I'm gonna check. I have one there. Yeah, that's 2. Yeah, I have 2 books. I have a book that is called Grow All Year Round. But I haven't read that book yet, so but I will begin to read that when I've finished. When I've finished this one. Jeez. When I finish this one, I begin to read the other one. One book at a time. She spent a lot of money on them. Yeah, books are not cheap. They are pretty expensive. So you put a lot of money on them. Especially if there is books about, I noticed books about gardening and things like that. Those are generally expensive. And we have CR in the
Hello, everyone.
panel. Good
Can
to
you hear
see
me,
you,
everyone?
brother.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh. Yeah.
I cut the tops of carrots and I'm trying to grow them on the windowsills. They did grow last year, but not so good this year. Okay. Thanks for the tip.
All right, thanks. I was just about to put something in the chat. Thanks, Johnny.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about gardening.
Yeah.
And, like, that kind of thing. You're going to need some sort of energy input. Usually it's going to be like, you know, solar energy from the sun, right? For the most part, especially outside. But inside, it's going to be like some sort of grow light, I would assume, for example.
Yeah, especially where you and I live.
Mm-hmm.
Especially at winter time, you don't have that much sunlight. So,
I mean, if you have grow lights, then you can extend that time and grow something-ish, right?
Yeah, you need
some sort of energy input into it, right?
Yeah, you need grow lights.
We're not because we're not growing like any plants from like with nothing. you need there is some inputs that you do. There has to be in there. So as long as you're getting some sort of light. And of course, there's that air aspect. Obviously, aeration comes involved with something like that. Then obviously the water aspect of it.
Yeah.
Being able to maintain it or control that part of it the best that you can. Because even with hydroponics, you still need a liquid medium like water. You know, for the nutrients that they put in.
Yeah,
the water
you need.
It has to be cycled in. Because the soil would do something like that, but if you, in hydroponics, you're growing in water medium. So.
Yeah, exactly. What I like with a hydroponic system is you can grow your crops faster on a shorter time than you do in soil. So, so that's the advantage. But as you said, you need a special nutrient solution. You need to buy for it.
Mm-hmm.
And the other advantage with a hydroponic system is you can make it as small as you want and as large and big as you want to. So
yeah, you can scale these things to a certain degree.
It depends. You can adapt that system. It depends on how much space you have.
Even containers have their advantages. Container gardening has its advantages too. Being able to move it is one of the advantages, but you have to water it more frequently because there's less medium like soil in there, so it dries out faster. In comparison to like a raised bed, that's probably not hold moisture.
Yeah. Welcome back, Vanessa. Good to see you again.
Welcome back, Vanessa. Pleasure to see you again here, joining us.
Good 5G setup here. Okay, that's good.
So yeah, I mean, this year I've been adding in more stuff into more prep, fall prep work here, chopping and dropping some stuff back in the ground, or at least on the ground, and kind of mimic that kind of like forest environment to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Keep adding to the ground, adding to the soil, build the soil as see how would probably say something like that. Build the soil, plant a food forest, or at least something similar. For when the space that you have too, right? I mean, because I was remembering when Gil and Copernicus Veteran were saying this with Gil about saying about having what I call the buffer zone, right? Being able to, and something like canning, dehydrating, freeze drying, etc., freezing and all that stuff come into play, right? So preserving that kind of energy source, right? In terms of food energy, right? Because ultimately, the plants got it from the sun or whatever, right? So like it's just like filling up a tank, right? You're just filling up the food part of the tank, for yourself, right? For us, people who consume the plants, for example, whatever it is.
Vanessa says, I'm buying much larger pots for tomatoes come January. That's good, Vanessa.
Cool.
Yeah, you probably need larger pots for it.
Like I know there's dwarf varieties and there's things you can probably potentially grow in containers because I was surprised that I could grow tomatoes so well in a container. With a caveat. But those were clones though. So yeah, I think it just depends what you have access to, and like the plants and what you could grow in, how much light you might get in or energy in. Like, for example, Kaylin, you know, she's already shown many things outside that she's been doing and stuff like that. And just like, and actually I've tried growing stuff on the north-facing side too, just really just to see differences even.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you need
Because
you learn by
you'll probably have to maximize
experimenting.
maximize all the spacing the best that you can. Because I know some gardeners out there, or some people are like expanding a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I've expanded a little here, so because I'm thinking about
Tomato
expanding
seeds must
some
be
more.
started here early February inside.
Well, that depends where you are too, right? Kind of your last
Same way
frost
with
date,
peppers. Okay.
last frost date, or the temperatures are relative, where the soil is relatively warm enough to plant directly, for example, or the risk of frost has, you know, is like very, very small. Very,
Yeah.
very, very small. So
She always
something like
says,
that. Yeah.
sprouting seeds with some filtered water in a jar doesn't take much sunlight. You would drain them and re-water every day. No soil, eat on day 5. You would start a new jar every day.
Yeah. Having access to the
Seeds
water
to
access.
try.
Yeah. You have be able to have
Let's
that
see.
water access.
Broccoli, beet, chickpea, green pea, kale, lentil, mung bean, lettuce, radish, sunflower, mustard, red clover. Okay.
Well, microgreens, right? I thought I saw that in there.
Vanessa is
Yeah,
in zone 6. So
yeah, I mean, it's cold here. For me, it's cold here half the year.
yeah.
So I have to adapt my expectations, at least for now.
Yeah.
Because I think Fairhaven would agree, without that greenhouse, he said that greenhouse was a game changer or whatever, right? So yeah, because it extends that amount of time. See, that's another thing too, that input, not just energy, the air, the water, but the time aspect too, right? Because obviously it takes time for this to, you know, grow, right? Things take time to grow, right? We can speed them up to a certain degree, but it still takes some time to grow, right? So
Yeah.
you know, adding more to that buffer zone of, let's say, if you're like preserving and, you know, dehydrating, drying, smoking, on and on, right? That gives you that buffer zone. So if things are a little less, you can still get by, kind of deal.
Yeah.
And, you know, you might have to ration a little bit, right? For example, right? But and hopefully you can sustain that for a greater amount of time.
Smoking, drying, canning. Yeah.
Yeah, the microgreens, I think were like kind of
Drying and canning. Drying and canning is easy when you live in an apartment. Smoking in an apartment, not that. Let's say it's not proper to smoke in an apartment.
Well, like I said, it depends but there's options for everyone. So there's options for everyone, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully you would have more overlap of multiple options. So you're not, you know, up the creek without a paddle, as they say. So you have some sort, right? Because in the long term, you're gonna need probably all of it, and hopefully buy you enough time.
Of course, it is dependent on location to do them. Indeed.
Yeah, location's gonna be key too.
Some
Some places
parks
are more
that you could
favorable
run
for
a
certain things.
cooker. You could smoke there. Okay, good to know. And you were saying, CR?
Well, I was just saying, like, pretty much like those tunnels, greenhouses are just microclimates,
Yeah,
because it's that microclimate, right? Being able to, and you can.
yeah, it is.
It's just like in wintertime, you control your little microclimate by having the space a little smaller or whatever. Then,
Yeah,
and something like container gardening, you can move it around so you can, if you're going to be around the whole time, per se, right? Or people or whatever, they can just move it into the sun or away from
yeah,
the sun or whatever, right? Or maybe give it some water or whatever, right? So
yeah,
hopefully in that type of situation, things are just getting moved and grown and all that stuff. Because I would imagine every last spot would matter. Every last spot. If it really came down to it, every last spot has to be utilized very, very well. In terms of food, anyway. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because it might be prioritized towards it, or like space or where it is, if it hasn't been established already. That could be inside or outside, or a combination of both.
yeah, exactly.
Because I know some people that have.
In the past, I have cooked foods. It's a state for us to have it ready for that week and month. Okay.
Okay, Vanessa. Hey, what's up, Aiden here? I see he's in here too. Nice. Nice to see you all. Okay, I see that, Shawnee.
Yeah.
Sprouting Emerita. Growing. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, soil's just that medium to transfer the nutrients around. So it becomes available for the plants in time, right? As we see.
Yeah, it depends on the plant and what kind of veggie you grow.
So outside, yes, the soil's gonna be the most important thing. Outside.
Yeah.
Well, because if
you have bad soil,
if it degrades or
you
it's
will not
contaminated
grow
and all this
anything.
stuff, I mean, and just start building that soil. I think Howie would say that, to keep building that soil the best that you can.
Some apartment complexes I have lived in has made it so I never ever rent another. Okay.
Oh, that's awesome, Johnny. This is her first year chopping and dropping it. It doesn't look pretty, but the girl did way better. Nice.
Well, it's not a fashion contest, so.
Well, I mean, because let's just say it's gonna be that long term, right? You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, you don't have to put it somewhere, and you can't just burn it all too, per se. Because if you think about it, there's obviously like you're not gonna be able to just put it somewhere else and forget about it, and now you have to worry about it. Like, for example, like an urban area, it would be like some sort of pickup or whatever, or taking it somewhere else where there's someone else that does it. You might not have that luxury, so
exactly.
You might actually have to just chop it and drop it in place. And being able to grow that stuff, right? And hopefully in time it adds back into the soil and keep growing, keep building upon it.
Yeah.
Because now, if you haven't started already, today's a good time, right? Now, at the second, right? Doing something forward, making progress in it. Because I think you will see it in time. It it's just one of those things. You just gotta give it a little bit more time. You will see results. I think it's just you just gotta what's this? What they say? Trust the process, right? Trust the process of it.
Yeah,
Give it a little bit,
exactly.
and all right.
Watermelon is fun to grow. You can dive it up and freeze it. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. Shiny. Yeah, I see your comment in there.
Yeah.
Because I know some other people have mentioned that it's just like that moving aspect of it, right? So
Like Food Forest Permaculture says, it's the easy way. You're not moving material back and forth, keeping it in one place. Yeah, that is a good idea. You can pickle watermelon rind too if you like it. Okay, I didn't know that either. Thanks, Vanessa, for the tip.
yeah, I mean, you just got to keep adding to it. Just keep
Yeah,
adding to it.
yeah, I didn't know you could pickle watermelon rind.
Yeah.
My grandma would pickle the watermelon rinds. Okay, cool. You always learn something new.
Mm-hmm.
And myself, I'm more like of a novice when it comes to uh, gardening in general and grow food. So I have a lot to learn, a lot of things uh, that is needed to take in. So, but I guess yeah, to try and error.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My mom pickled watermelon rind too. Okay, cool, Idaho Garden Girl.
And do a little bit each day, a little bit, maybe even something new for one season, and just hopefully get somewhere with it. The best thing you can for what's going on. I mean, we
Yeah,
all live in different locations with different circumstances.
yeah, indeed.
So,
Uh, and
like I
different
said, I think
climate.
like when it really comes down to it, space is gonna be like that kind of. It's going to be the premium thing, right? Because there's only so much space, even vertical spacing, right? And even with
Yeah,
vertical spacing, you have to build a structure for it. Usually, like a trellis or something like that.
Mom did pickles and each fall bread and butter, dill chips and spears and whole ones. Okay, cool.
Mm.
Hey Ryan, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Hello, Ryan.
Good to see you.
Well, I guess since it's fall,
Restore.
Shadow.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I was gonna say, I guess seed saving right now, right? Just keep adding to it, right? Because the thing
Yeah.
about seeds is like sometimes you don't get 100% germination all the way through. Right? There's nobody in the honor.
No, you have maybe 86%,
Yeah.
17%.
Yeah.
So
Five
if you have
seeds is a
a
little small. Is a little hard to just start off with that. Right?
yeah,
But
if you have a
keep adding
bag
to it,
with
right?
the seeds
Keep adding to
and
it.
then it is full, you
Top too, right?
don't get
'Cause-
100% out of it.
Mhm.
Normally it says how many percent you get out of it.
What I was gonna say was about the seeds is probably have to like, let's just say like-minded individuals and groups, but in different locations, give or take, right? Seed
Yeah.
swapping will probably be important to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
Especially if it was really, really serious. The seeds are gonna be worth everything.
A friend just told me that she stored carrots layered in boxes with store-bought plain potting soil. Okay,
Yeah, see, I think that's one thing about.
if that works, that is a great idea.
Okay, I was thinking
She
too.
said she kept the boxes in the garage. They lasted all winter and spring. That's awesome. Our home growing up was built in 1848. Oh man, that's old house.
I was just thinking to Shadow about like, I guess there's a time and a place to buy quote unquote potting soil, but remember that aspect's gonna be thrown out the window, right? In this kind of situation right away, right? So hence building the soil woofing that you're sourcing out. So something to keep in mind. Because you won't just simply be able to buy your way out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Situation. Or you go to a store to buy soil or potting mix or whatever, right? I mean, there's a time and place for it, I guess. But ultimately, you don't actually have to build your own soil to use. Ultimately, because you're not wherever you are at the moment, with what you have.
Yeah.
Because you would want to know if you have like clay, because like I have kind of clay filter, but I mean, our place has more sand and all this stuff, and you would have to factor that in. And obviously, building the ground up, adding stuff the best that you can.
Yeah.
Because like I said, you're not have to locally source that within that area, wherever that is, however big it is, however small it is, right? You'll have to source it locally. Because I'm assuming it's gonna be close by, right? Really close by, wherever it is, right? You're probably gonna be living around that area, Maybe it's a homestead, but it could be something else.
Welcome back, Guardian.
Hey, welcome back. Yeah, I get that. Idaho Garden Girl, like I said, it has a time and its place, but I think ultimately you're not eventually have to build the soil regardless.
The potting soil was sterilized and didn't have additives like fertilizer. Okay, good to know. Mom and Dad sold it in 1986. That year was the end of my first enlistment in the U.S. Air Force. Yeah. Mom gave away all my things before I made it home. Too funny for words.
Yeah, I mean, I know I was gonna say Shadow. There's like so many people that grow in containers. I mean, and a lot of people that came through today, right? Women's Outdoors, she was LV, she was in earlier. I know she grows in containers just like Kaylin. And I have a few that I'm trying out, right? And I was even
Yeah.
surprised. So, I mean, I think, that kind of container gardening, indoor, outdoor, beds, if possible, all that stuff, it's all don't matter.
Yeah.
All don't matter. Because you don't have to use up all the space. If it's really, really serious, you're not use all the space the best that you can. Every last every last inch, right? Will be growing something, right? Even if you have to move stuff around, too.
Yeah.
So you're not probably try. And hence having that soil medium, a system like hydroponics set up, stuff that you can start right away if you haven't started already, that you're maintaining to keep going with. And hopefully be able to have enough buffer zone to make it, right? For whatever it is. Because ultimately, you never don't know until you actually go through the whole aspect of it. Because, I mean, we could say a lot, but like, every last thing, all right? Because you don't, like, for example, you might, that storm that you didn't see coming, for example, might, do a lot more than you think, and you're down to, like, less than half.
Yeah.
Right away, right? Or that instant, like, cut in half kind of division of it is just like, right? For whatever the situation is, right? Because you're going to have a lot of plants around and obviously a lot of food around, so you can get affected by certain little things like flooding, wind, etc. Right? It could be that rain, heavy rainstorm, and something happens, and things get knocked around, or fall, or something like that. So I think ultimately that's gonna be what's gonna hit people the most, right? Is that instant, oh. I was lucky for the first couple of years, and this happened. I just lost half of it instantly, kind of deal, right? It's nothing anyone could have per se did about it to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
Right, but because I think that's ultimately gonna be like that kind of. Can you make it or break? It's gonna be a make or break time. So.
Yeah.
Because even with that 2 year, right? Well, that gives you 2 year, but what happens as you're cycling through it, right? It kind of goes down every little bit of a year, after a year, two, right? And you go down that quick cut in half, and because something happened to the field while the food supply that you have stored, something happened too. That'd be a very big blow. And that could happen. I guess it would probably happen like that. It's probably gonna be like I said, storm or whatever, flooding, something like that. I think depending where you are, right? So just something to keep in mind for anywhere, right?
Yeah.
To me, it could be like a really, early, late, winter doesn't give up, and then a freak snowstorm like early in the fall, or amount of snow in the fall, something like that for me. That could happen, and it'd be like, oh, something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because those are the probably affect a lot of things, and probably more likely to happen, or even would still happen, even if everything else was going on. For example, the grid's down for extended period of time, right?
Yeah.
You know, that kind of years mark. So. And starting today is, you know, better than tomorrow, but not as good as starting 2 years ago or whatever, right? 3 years ago. Let's even say 3 years ago, just for
Yeah.
a nice number. But I think, you know, a lot of people are more glad that they started the gardening aspects. Hey, what's up? MC and Deb? Why, Deb?
NCNY Debs. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream this
Yes.
Saturday evening.
Yeah, feel free to chime in. Nice to see everyone. Yes.
Yeah, it's always nice.
So yeah, like I was saying, Shadow, you know, I think ultimately those things are the most important things to keep in mind. I mean, like the things that you can hopefully mitigate or plan for better starting today, right? Where you can take steps even today to help you in that situation the best that you can. Like, because that's ultimately all we can do, right? It's just like for what we know, what can we control, and all this stuff, right? And where we are right now, right? You know, regardless if you're here or there, just keep building something, keep building up, not just like and growing it and propagating it, not just the physical stuff, but the skills and that knowledge, right? So hopefully you're doing it so you gain some experience in doing it too, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
kind of see that whole quote unquote life cycle. And some of that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because remember, when, or however this happens, grid's probably dumbing down, so you might not have access to those certain apps like this. What is this plant indicator, right? Because I'm pretty sure you need network access for that specific app. Unless I'm wrong at that function of it, I'm pretty sure you need network access.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously the books would help, but that knowledge part, right? And maybe you have someone experienced in it because they've grown it, right? And maybe it can give you some insight and be like their interpretation or whatever about the plant, right?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be growing a lot of things, indoors, outdoors, as much as possible. It'd probably be like, because I mean, like I've seen people grow in all sorts of containers. I mean, you know, jars, containers, boxes. You know, each have their characteristics and their pros and cons, I guess, right? Ceramic, you know, all that stuff. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's pros and cons on.
Yeah, because
it's
the
pros
water.
to grow in soil, and it's pros and cons to have a hydroponic system. It's the pros and cons if you have a aquaponic system. So, which is the next step in the whole thing. But for an aquaponic system, you need a lot of space for it.
Well, I mean, sometimes if certain things aren't moved naturally by natural means, like the bugs or whatever, then you'll have to pump it. Let's say liquid around like water or something like that.
Yeah.
It has to be, right? And hopefully you would have some different sources to rely on to maintain that for long periods of time, right?
Yeah.
It's like I said, you probably don't have to see a whole season of it just to get a taste of it for real. However real it is at that time for you. All right. Because I think I was gonna say it earlier, but I didn't. You know, because I have to put some form of inputs in. like biomass, time, people power, machine power, or whatever, stuff like that in.
Yeah.
Well, because it's not just like, well, I guess foraging and hunting, all that stuff is important too, but it'll probably be a combination of both, right? Agricultural, permaculture type of things with like some hunting and foraging, right? On the outside, kind of away from certain things, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think agriculture or gardens would just disappear to like foraging and hunting. No, it'd probably be a combination of both. Because society came up to this state, right? So we generally know that it's all this stuff exists to some degree. So we'll probably use it all. We'll grow stuff, have things that are wild too, and just hopefully propagate it enough to meet and be able to maintain some sort of community people. And hopefully for a longer period of time, or long enough.
Yeah. The US has been wrecked since 2019. I was so happy there for a time. Not now. I'm not alone anymore. Thank God. My dog died then. I got sick. Better dogs here. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can imagine, like, I think people would go to certain locations if they could.
Yeah.
If they could, they'd probably go to certain more favorable locations, depending on how widespread some sort of situation is.
Yeah.
Because I think in the long term, it'd be like, well, it's more favorable over here. Which also means, it may have to be started again, but, hence comes back to that knowledge and experience, right? Just keep adding.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, because I always figured, the nutrients are always getting pulled into the plants too, right? Some form of there's something. You're not just getting this plant out of nothing. No, it came from the nutrients, the soil, all that stuff in the soil, and it all came together with some energy, like sunlight and some water and all this stuff, and made this. So you don't have to maintain that water, maybe air, aeration, nutrients, some energy sourcing like sunlight, all this stuff, right? You don't have to maintain that. As long as you got those things, you should be able to grow something in terms of that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're going to need something to feed those animals too, regardless too, probably. So, you don't have to grow all, hence probably even have to make more room if you haven't already, I guess. There's some sort of thing. Because you're not going to have certain things like chicken feed, blah, 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 and all this other stuff, right? Because you're not going to be able to source it, or it'll be more difficult to source in comparison to now, right?
Yeah, you always need to maintain that your plants have the nutrition.
Yes.
Because they will drain the soil on nutrition, and you need to
in time they will.
In time they will, yeah. So you need
like I
to,
said, you're not just getting, I know I'm not just getting this sunflower at nothing or something like that. You're not just getting this tomato at nothing. Things came together for that,
yeah,
right? It got converted from what's in the ground to something that we can eat, right? So, you're not getting something for nothing. And keep adding to the soil, right? Keep adding to it so it has plenty to draw from. It's nice and healthy. And hopefully
yeah,
be able to
exactly.
maintain and hopefully be able to maintain that in spite of the challenges at times, right? If it's not, I think every gardener in time will have some sort of mishap in time,
Yeah,
or
yeah, I agree with that.
where wind, hail, flooding, water, heat, too much, not enough water, that kind of stuff, right? And that because it's already existing right now, it's already happening right now. So I assume in this long-term situation, that stuff's just gonna be compounded in.
Yeah, exactly.
Hence what I said about losing half your stuff. So, hopefully, you grow like, 20 years and half isn't as bad. You know what I mean? Where your
Yeah, I know.
buffer amount is so big that half is still quite a bit. You'd still be
Yeah,
disappointed, but well, okay. Instead of 10 years now, I got 5 again. So I got to start from there again and build back up to 10 and whatever it is, right? Something like that, as much as possible. Well, because if you think about it, right? I mean, like, food's in a situation like that. Food's gonna be a very important thing and stuff like that, right? So everyone is gonna make sure that it doesn't get that it lasts, right? Obviously,
yeah,
I guess if that'd be, ultimately it'll come down to that. Making sure that food lasts. Maintaining a healthy amount of like water, for example. So
yeah,
for the plants themselves and for us, right? And for our reasons, right? So, because I think again, ultimately, water. It's gonna come down to like the water too. Like really, it's like if you get enough, or be able to put enough into the ground, or stuff like that, right?
yeah,
Because even hydroponics needs some sort of medium like water. So, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I know, Sean, you said about like about the jars and stuff like that. I think they say that about regrowing green onions too from the bulbs to make stems and stuff like that. Yeah, it's the same thing too. But
Yeah,
that requires the water aspect, right?
yeah, exactly.
Your garden's don't require that water, right? Like I know
Right.
how you would say about the sponge effect, but you may still have to water something
Yeah,
regardless. Like that because they're in containers, for example, right?
yeah, exactly.
You may still have to add some water, and maybe it's once a week, not like every day, but you still have to. It still has to be done by someone, or automated in some form or fashion somehow.
Yeah,
Without electricity, some sort of dripping thing or something like that, right? Because you know, because there may be a lot of stuff to do, but not enough people power or something like that. So
yeah,
things have to be
exactly.
automated or and stuff like that as much as possible. Because I think you're gonna have to strive for that efficiency as much as possible in that long term thing, right? You want to be
Yeah,
as much as possible. All right, growing a little extra never hurt, so to a certain degree, right? Growing a little bit extra this or that never hurt to a certain degree. You can always thin it out if really necessary, but it's kind of hard to like eat something that you don't get a fruit from. You don't see the fruits of your labor, as they say.
yeah, I agree with you, Idaho Garden Girl. If you don't water the plants, they will die.
Yeah. Eventually, even a cactus needs some water, right?
But some crops needs more water than others.
Yeah. You don't have to maintain it in some form or fashion.
And some plants need that you water them at least every day, and some once a week. So it's a lot of things to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think if it was, let's see, a situation like Gridell for extended periods of time, like just something to that, more like that, for example, right, with very minimal or non-existing inputs, right? No, not inputs, resupply. Yeah, resupply, right? Without resupply, then yeah, you don't have to. Things are just have to be grown everywhere. To a certain degree. What they say, you're not yourself when you're hungry. Right? You're not yourself when you're hungry. So, if you're nourished, maybe you can make the right choices. And ultimately, hopefully make it through the situation, whatever it is. Make it to the next chapter. Make it to the next chapter. The next page.
Exactly.
Make it to the next page, right? So Shadow, how you can answer this question if you want. How would you kind of approach this? Let's just say something metaphorically happens tomorrow for you, or what hypothetically happens to you tomorrow at this time, right? Just personally, right? Like, what would you start first? So, like, I know we've been talking about that building soil or something like that, but let's just say, how can I say this? In your area in general, right? Let's just say something happened, people had to start banding together in terms of like growing food because it is the top highest priority for some reason tomorrow. Absolutely, everyone agrees on it, kind of deal, for some reason, whatever the reason is, right? So what would you start first? Like, you wake up to it and something happened, and the only information you got is just like the food's something's happening, and we gotta grow this specific food right now. Like, how would you like go about that in your situation right now, anyways? Right, kind of where you are and stuff like that.
Well,
I know it's a very complex question, but I mean, I'm just kind
of it is. Yeah, it is a complex question, but
I mean, would you like? I mean, there is per se no right or wrong answer, but just kind of like, because let's just say, in terms of preparedness, we're kind of seeing that in advance, thinking about it at least, right? But you just got dived into it suddenly out of nowhere, right? And just kind of thinking on your feet there, and just like a little, hopefully with that skill and knowledge, experience that you have from the past, from whatever you've done, hopefully it would help that situation, right?
Shawnee says I will get potatoes growing first.
Okay. Yeah. I think you would try to source up some potatoes, Shawnee, or something like that, trying to source out something that's like, okay, if I can get my hands on this or something like that, it's starting something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And potatoes is pretty easy to grow anyway. So,
I mean, obviously you still have to wait for it to grow, but this is probably in conjunction with like, quote unquote finding something, right? Because I think you gotta look at that aspect. It's like, especially if you didn't know when, let's say, a grade's coming back or something like that, right? Something more long term like that, right? That would kick this thing into gear, or kind of deal. This situation, hypothetical situation, into gear, right? And just you're like, okay, here's some ready to go food, or okay, here's some. Oh, I found a potato. Here's some seeds, randomly, right? And just keep
Yeah.
building that overall food supply back up.
Shawnee says, I have them here at all times. I would throw them in the ground as soon as possible.
Okay.
Then I would grow something quick to eat, like greens and radish. Bush beans are quick, having the seeds. Yeah, I was thinking about radishes too.
Okay, Shawnee. I'm seeing some art stuff from her too. Great input.
Our potatoes were very small. If you have old seeds, used my mom's, they aren't GMO. Okay.
Yeah, because I think ultimately, like I said, people.
Yeah, I agree, Sean.
I was gonna say, Shadow. Yes, in the preparedness community, we would have this, right? But remember that everyone prepares, and everyone prepares to a certain degree, right? So,
Yeah.
in a general area, right? It still means that what are the first steps that you would just take if it just changed all of a sudden? Or like I said, where food was the number one most important thing. We all agreed on it, and for some reason there's no power. For example, right? And then it's more difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
Then people aren't just door dashing or whatever, or skipping to your place with food. For example, and the stores are kind of, the environment's different, right? Where it's not, you're non-existing, or it's very, very small.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it becomes more like a market, more again style. Right. And the meal plans, yeah, Shawnee, yeah. I know Gil would say that too. Store what you eat, right?
Yeah,
Overall.
store what you eat what you store.
Hopefully you're not a picky eater, in this type of situation, picky eater, I mean, you don't have to make the choice yourself, everyone, individually, right?
Yeah, exactly.
In that situation, you don't have to pick and choose, right? So,
Yeah, and you
regardless if you're vegetarian, all this other stuff, right? You might have to be less picky, unfortunately, depending on the situation. But hopefully, you have something, so you don't have to be picky yet. And store what you eat, all right? Whatever it is, peas, tomato, all the stuff.
Yeah, as long as you have food stored at home, but that food will not last forever, so it will. You will run
The
out
store
sooner or
bought,
later.
pre-manufactured type of food. Let's just say in a can, for example, right? Something that hasn't been, where you've seen the whole life cycle of it and harvested in the fall or whatever and made something out of it. That's a complete cycle, right? And then you're using the seeds back from that plant, right? And you're seeing this whole cycle of it, right? Be like, oh,
Exactly.
this is how long it actually takes to grow this, so I can make this as a meal for this, right? Being able to see that, right? So hence starting today, right?
Yeah.
If you do tomorrow, it's not just take you that much longer to see that complete life cycle of it, right? Where you're just kind of seeing it from like seed to plant to fruit to, canned, freeze, dehydrated, freeze dried, whatever it is, right, to your plate. gonna
Yeah,
kill,
exactly.
right? It's all because about the sustainability part of it, right? You know, you don't have to sustain that whole cycle every day. Hopefully,
Yeah,
for as long as it's necessary, and hopefully you can maintain it. You know, can't we just live off coconuts for long periods of time, right? Because there's that difference between short term and long term survival, right? And just kind of like, you know,
yeah.
in the long term, you're
Uh,
gonna need. In the long term, you're gonna probably need a lot more. I mean, not a lot more, but not just MREs and such and such. That food storage is just to kind of be a buffer zone or give you more time to work with in once the situation happens, because it gives you that buffer zone, right? Because now, you know, you can do things, but you still have food in the meantime for a little bit, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Idaho Gardens girl says also if you don't like raw radishes, like in salads, you can slice them and saute
Yeah.
them. They
I
taste
mean,
pretty good. I discovered that in 2013 when I had no income. Okay, that sounds good.
okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not a picky eater, but there's some things I don't actually like as much, right? You know, if necessary, I'll eat them, but you know,
Yeah,
things like food fatigue is a thing, right? To a certain degree,
yeah,
and spice. I know Second Star Survival would say about spices, and other people would say about the spices, right? Being able to, um, holistic home heritage. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the channel name. Anyways, but he did a video about, you know, food, and he was talking about mentioning about food fatigue, right? And of course, obviously,
yeah.
you know, the calories, the macronutrients,
Hey,
fats.
Nicole, good to see you again, man.
Hey, in the goal.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for hitting a home run for us here. But yeah, I
Uh,
mean, I was gonna say about food fatigue, right, and just stuff like that, right? And so hopefully you have some variety in there, best as you
yeah,
can, for what it is, right? Some things, some crops or some foods will have a higher priority, you know, because you know food takes up different area of space too, right? How much room it takes up
yeah,
too, right? So you know, like a squash does not take a little bit more room than, you know, a carrot. Some of those carrots can be quite long too, right? I mean, like, you know, and all that stuff.
yeah,
You know, and I guess and different things growing at different times too, right? You know, have to manage that.
yeah,
And that's that.
exactly.
Yeah, you know, well, that's where experience would come into play, or at least knowledge of it, to know that this is likely to happen. You know, you know, you don't have to wait a little bit, then it grows faster. Right. Once it's above a foot, it grows faster. You know, that kind of, you might not know something like that, for example, right? Because even with the sunflowers, the giant mammoth variety, it's just once it gets above that foot stage, you start seeing that growth a lot faster. So
Yeah,
you'll have to manage that kind of, how fast is it growing? Well, because even some things germinate different rate, not just different rates, like we said earlier, but how much time it takes to germinate. Not everything germinates tomorrow, in a few days. Some things take a week, 2 weeks, right? You know,
yeah,
you'll have to adjust to that, right? Tomatoes, peppers, right? The germination rate is a lot longer. You have to wait a lot longer, right? So you'll have to, you know, kind of time that out, balance the time out for it and stuff like that. Because, you know, and probably, you know, are you gonna have all your harvest come at the same time, or is it gonna be staggered, depending on what's going on,
yeah,
you know? And if you're using machinery, animals, or some sort of beyond just people power, animal power and stuff like that, mechanical power, whatever it is that you're using to help you along.
Having zero income is a humbling experience. I ate a lot of radishes, rutabaga, eggs, other inexpensive vegetables and meats. Yeah, that's the way you have to approach that one.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, well, I guess Idaho Garden grows here.
I wish, yeah.
I'll let you read this first.
I wish I could handle radishes. Lol, I'm a meat and potatoes girl. Found local back Angus, $5 a pound. Lots of cows here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do what you can. Do what you can for where you are. I mean, like, I think it goes without saying that we all here, and probably every single person that dropped by or will drop by or was on the panel, including me and yourself, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of variables in terms of
Yeah,
space,
exactly.
where you are, apartment, terrain, amount of sunlight, right? Some of us see more sunlight, some of us, right? It rains more for some reason. Some of us, it's colder. Some of us are in apartments. Some of us have more space, but it's colder. All the stuff is just like, you have to factor that all in. But we all can do something, though.
Yeah.
Do something. Because there's a lot of, just like there's a lot of different locations, for example. Well, there's different options too, right? Do what you can. Dehydrating, for example, is an example,
Yeah.
If you can do that, however you can do it, if you can afford freeze drying, right? Stuff like that. Well, technically half the year might be cold enough for me to like freeze things outside.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't. That'd be like I said. That'd be different. Just say. I don't know because like I said, in more long-term situation, refrigeration might be extremely a luxury. I just say.
Yeah, for a long-term situation, yes.
Yeah,
it
you
would
might have
be
to
a
go back to
luxury.
smoking it or salting it, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, you have to go back to the old ways to preserve your food. That's the way it is.
Unless you can preserve ice for a very, very long time. Although it is possible to do certain things, but can you get by even with ice that you're somehow stored for this period of time, even in July or August, right? I don't know, right? I know there's certain ways to extend that, so you could, still have ice in May, but
Yeah.
right, but yeah. It could be from fishing or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could be something from that, and you're just doing it like that, right? Because at the moment you can't deal. You are going to consume it, but you just can't have it right away, or you're not having it right away. So you need to preserve it until you're ready to consume it. Maybe it's already been dealt with, dispatched, and all this stuff. It's been cleaned and all this stuff, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, salt. Yeah, salt. Yeah, salt. Yeah.
Yeah, salt is something you really need, and it's really hard to come by.
Yeah, but remember, in this type of situation, no resupply, like quick resupply from a store, right? So even if you do have some, you're using it, eventually that it's a consumable, it will go down, right? So unless you have a way to source it back, I don't know. You might be able to what's the word on that? Get it from natural sources, like in terms of getting to recrystallize from like water, salt water, to gain it back. But I didn't like that's gonna take some time
Yeah.
too. So because I know you know how salt's usually processed from mines, right? So we're not gonna have access to that. Probably not. Probably not. I would say, right? In a situation like this, it's probably gonna be having by the ocean or something like that, right? You have to source that out the best that you
Yeah.
can. Because even if you had like a bag of it, that might just last you the season, or for what
Yeah,
you're doing.
Sean, it says I live in central Midwest. No ocean, so I'll be boiling bark or something to make salt.
Yeah, sure.
Is that
Well,
even possible, Shawnee? Never
I
heard of
mean,
that before.
but yeah, I mean,
That one is new. That one is new, actually, because I had never heard
Well, I
that
mean,
one
there
before.
it is. There are, remember, some natural foods do have a degree of sodium. It's just very, very small, right? Sodium and I should, what I mean, of salt in
Yeah.
it, but it's very small, right? In comparison to like ocean water or a mine. So, I mean, you can, you can store as much as you per se want to, but eventually that supply is going to go down, especially if you're using it for, let's say, salting food and stuff like that. Either for cooking or for preserving it, right? Even though you have these other spices too, but there might be a reason why to put salt in.
Yeah.
Even if it's a little dash, right? But we're talking about like if you're doing that every single day, and this is years and years. Eventually, those little dashes, eventually, oh well, we're down to the last one. Now what? And we'll throw it after this bag or whatever, something like that, right? Then what?
Yeah.
You have to find a way to resupply it without that ease of the supply chain resupply, right? Because you're not have access to that kind of whatever it is, right? So hopefully you have a source to source from.
Yeah.
Some people, it's gonna be way, way more difficult. way, way, way more difficult. Okay.
Hickory roots, I think it was you boiled down to make salt. Okay, good to know. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah. But like I said, you'll have to source out the material, or the source for it, wherever it is, wherever it grows. You know what I mean? Ocean, stuff like that.
There's a tree you can live off. I think it's magnolia. My parents were the depression area. Yeah.
And something we didn't even mention.
That sounds familiar. I heard about that tree.
I was gonna say
you were saying, yeah.
Something we didn't even mention about, and remember, it has happened before, and also, scurvy, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't just. There's a reason vitamin C may be required to somewhere down the road. At least enough to, keep that in check, right? Keep the scurvy in check as much as possible, right? Because if you think about that old time sailing kind of thing, right? Sailors got scurvy, or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So if you think about like that, it might come down to that where you, we're gonna have to add these green onions in, some oranges in somewhere because you have to, or else you're gonna get scurvy because we're not getting vitamin C from any of this other stuff for some reason.
Yeah.
Because it might come down to something like that, or where it needs to be grown in because eventually a lack of something, right? Some sort of you might be getting all the fats, proteins, and carbs, right? But you're lacking one thing to ultimately maintain that for a long, long period of time. So you're not having some sort of vitamin deficiency heavily in the group, not just yourself, but like overall with everyone, right? Because of certain thing is lacking.
Yeah.
I think scurvy would be a prime example. something to keep in mind. Because your body does require it in time. Hopefully, you know,
Yeah.
For most people, they get enough nutrition from the foods that they eat, especially if they're more whole foods and stuff like that. You're gonna get a lot from that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, kind of whole foods. You know what I mean? You know, you're gonna get starches from potatoes, for example, right? You might, get some protein from some beans. You know,
Or some lentils.
yeah. You know, you're getting those or vitamins and minerals that in time you need. At least helps in the long term, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's actually quite a year's supply of food is actually quite a bit, especially if you
Yeah, it is.
consider especially if you consider a 2,000 day per day intake for someone times 365 days for a whole year. That's almost 750,000 calories per person per year. Let's just say that's for a whole year, obviously, right? So yeah. Obviously you can consume a little bit less, but if you're doing stuff, you might have to consume more. So that's why I just say
Yeah.
2K, 2,000, just, as an easier number, baseline, right? Like you might get away with 600,000 for the whole year, but, you might have a little bit less, but, you're still in good shape, so to speak, right? You're not too malnourished or something like that, or hungry.
Pecan, walnut, hickory roots. 13 plants and trees. Boil. Okay.
Mm.
On WikiHow. Okay. Good to know.
Mm. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta take care
Yeah,
of something
no
real quick.
problem.
I'll be listening, so I'll chime in
Yeah.
when I can.
I like dandelion. I had them in a salad. Really, really nice flavor and taste. But I never had the roots from dandelion, so I only had uh, you eat the flower before the blooming. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Shoni. I like fruits. I hope to grow more perennials of fruiting stuff in my area. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me. Okay, I started some seeds in soil under grow lights, and I have a jar of seeds in water in the windowsill. We'll see how many days before I can harvest. Yeah, that will be interesting to see, Shani. Those in water would probably be ready for harvesting faster than those in soil, I guess.
Hey, Shadow. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Hey,
Okay.
yeah, I can hear loud and clear. No problem.
Yeah, I had to top up my headset too. Right when I muted myself, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
of course the headset just died. So I'm just like, a little bit of power in, but it won't last too long. Yeah. I see. Shawnee wants to put in some more perennials in, I think. Something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, unfortunately, something like the sunflower is going to be an annual, so it'll have to be regrown, but it does make a lot of seeds, so there's something there. There's something there. And it's possible. Even with microgreens.
Sunflowers, we can grow them here in my area without any problem.
Yeah. Because right now, like, we're just supplementing. A lot of us are just supplementing the food and what we can grow as much as possible.
Yeah.
There's probably still some inputs in terms of, like, feed or along the lines of that. And we might still be going.
Yeah.
So that's why I said earlier. Well, that's why I said about, like, if it just happened tomorrow, suddenly, for whatever reason, right?
Yeah.
What steps would you take right away?
Yeah, I agree.
That might be different for everyone, right? Depending on the situation, on where you are right now, but
yeah,
maybe it's that. Oh, look, it's gonna supplement something so I don't get food fatigue. So if I have this rice, I can make a soup, or these noodles, I can make soup, or do something instead, right?
Yeah. Hey, McBee, good to see you, brother.
Hey, what's up?
Alrighty.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, McBee.
Hey, how we doing, everybody?
Well,
we're doing good.
How's that? I think that greenhouse going for you. I think
it's going well.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember from the last week, I think. Yeah.
Yep. It stays about 10 to 15 degrees Fahrenheit warmer inside there. We had some frost, not a hard frost, but my plants on the outside they're kind of dying from the top down. But those 5 in the greenhouse are just growing like nothing's wrong. And then I collected all those buckets I bought. I put them by the tarp, so they're collecting all the rainwater we've been getting, and I'll be using the rainwater to water the plants.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think it'll come down to that where you don't have to gather rainwater. Also, even if you had a well, you probably still want to gather rainwater.
Yeah,
You'll probably be growing more.
Yeah, the well water is good, but it's not as good as rainwater for the plants.
Especially if you're getting it, right? If it's actually raining in, you're just kind of storing it, banking that water to use later on when when it's sunny out, I guess, right?
The price was right. It's free.
Yeah. So I think water catchment is going to be one of those things too. You're going to need some sort of water supply of some sort, water catchment. It's definitely going to be necessary. I mean, besides just for growing the food aspect of this situation, but for our uses consuming and stuff like that, right? Because without it, you're not growing the plants. No matter how tolerant they are, no matter how much mulch you have, right? Eventually, you probably want to put some water out in the system, right? For the
you got to water the plants.
Eventually, in time, even if it's 3 weeks apart, you still got to put something in there and hopefully get some out of it. Plants tend to grow a little bit better with some water, right? Even sunflowers that can handle a little bit less water. Well, early on, you might have to add a lot of water, for example, to get them even germinated, I guess.
Oh yeah,
started.
Well, out here, I mean, we'll get a lot of rain in the spring, and then we can go 6-8 weeks with no rain during the summer.
Yeah, and hopefully, you banked in that water to kind of supplement it in, and we only used the well a few times for the water, for example. The rest of it just rainwater, right?
Rainwater. I have a pond also, so.
Yeah. Sources like that, water sources, a lake, river, or whatever, right? Rain catchment, all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, because ultimately, without the water, you ain't growing. you're not going to get along.
Yeah, it's the rules of three.
Yeah, you're not going to get along without the water.
Right.
Just like how we can't get along without the water.
Nope. 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food.
Yeah.
Spells disaster.
Yeah. And that same way the plants need that water too. And and all that stuff.
But yeah, the garden did really well this year.
That's good.
So it's going to be sad when I just can't walk out there and grab the fresh veggies anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the greenhouse will extend it about another 3 weeks, but that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, there is more elaborate systems where, you can have, what's that called? A thermal heat mass and all this other stuff in terms of with greenhouse type of setups and stuff like that. Where you're capturing solar energy from the cell, generally speaking, right?
Right, but still, it's 20 below zero. They're going to die.
Then it's much, much harder. But, if you have the size thing too, right? And being able to maintain that temperature, then you could go a little bit longer, right?
I mean, I'm catching 3 weeks on this side. I'll start 3 weeks earlier on the next side. I mean, there's a month and a half of more production.
Yeah, you can get a little bit more out of it. Get a little bit more out of it, right?
Yeah. I'll extend my 6 months to 7 months, maybe even 8.
9 months out of the year is still better than half the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You're just gonna get a little bit more out of it, right? Maybe it's growing some more onions, because you can.
Onions will actually.
Well, for example,
onions do really well in cold weather. Onions will pop up through snow. Onions and lettuce will grow in very cold weather. It's your tomato plants that are probably more fragile. Your peppers and stuff like that. But I mean, I'll have onions come up through the snow in March. But I'll plant them in the fall as seeds, and then they'll germinate in the spring. I didn't know that at one time until I was going, I had seed that didn't come up because I never got any rain. And then, that spring, here all these onions came up for, and carrots too. Carrots are a good cold weather crop also.
Yeah, I had some onions over winter this year. I wasn't even planning on it. Remember, Shadow? I showed everyone later. They were so long. And then that was back in like May, right? So I was just like, wow. So hopefully I can do that more often, which is say too, right?
Yeah, I do get a lot
Stuff
of
like that.
volunteers because I throw everything back out in the garden for compost.
Yeah, I just chop and drop. I know Shawnee here just started doing it more this year. I've been doing it the last like 4 years now, give or take, so at least.
I've been doing
And
the
adding
garden
to the
ever
ground.
since I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, keep adding to the ground, right?
Yep.
The soil, and just feed the soil to feed the plants, as some would say.
I've got the neighbor who brings his chicken bedding over and dumps it in my garden now, and with the chicken manure in there, it's really adding to the soil, and I'm getting a lot more produce out of it now because of it.
A little bit more production out of it, right? It's a little bit more efficient. It's just like, ooh.
And also, it keeps the soil nice and loose, and it keeps it from getting really packed hard.
Yeah. Exactly, because you need that airflow, not just on the top, but underneath too, right?
Well, I
if
think
it's too much water or something like that, then the roots
right.
get root rot and drowned and stuff like that.
Well, the ground gets hard if you don't keep working the soil. I mean, it's almost like concrete.
Well, because some places, some people had issues with too much water, right? Just too much water. So certain things can still thrive in it, but other things is like, another day of water. It's just like the plant's just so waggy. I mean, like, I heard a lot of stories about that from other people. Just like they tried to grow stuff, but it's just like, I have green plants, no flowers, because it's been raining forever.
Yep. Yeah, I have sun out there. One trick that I've used, and I think I've showed it on some videos, is those, and I don't know how it is over in Europe and that, but here, they have these cheap little plastic bags at the store that they, you'll go shopping and they'll put 3 items in each bag, so you got like 30 bags when you come home. But if you tie those around your feet, the mud will not stick to you. So you literally can walk out in a muddy garden, harvest, and walk back out and throw the bags away, and your feet or your shoes don't have 5 pounds of mud on them.
Yeah, that you have to also deal with. I guess you got to remember.
That is an awesome idea.
It doesn't stick to plastic. I mean, literally, you're walking on mud.
Yeah.
Without it sticking to you.
Yeah, I've shown something like that in the rain before, actually, on the channel. A long time ago, probably like 6-7 years ago now. It's actually been that long.
I must have seen it somewhere, and I did that, and I walked out there, and I couldn't believe it. I walked back, and I just untied them and threw them in the trash. And I mean, otherwise, you go out there with shoes, you'll have 5 pounds of mud on each shoe.
Well, if you think about it, even in the long term, you might just be like, I'll just clean the bag off later, kind of deal. Reuse it a little bit longer, right?
I throw away.
Well, but you know what I mean in terms of this long-term situation we're all talking about, right? You'd be like, well, you know what, this is kind of useful.
We'll have 300 of those bags because you can stuff them inside one bag and then tie it, and then, like I said, it's easy to have 100 of them within like a month. Because when
you might not have access to rubber boots or something happened to yours or whatever, right? I have rubber boots, but I mean, like, that'd be nice to know.
Right, but the mud will stick to the rubber boots. The mud will not stick to these plastic bags. I don't know why, but they don't. I mean, literally, it's like walking on water. But of course, it's mud.
Mm-hmm. Or it just shakes off or something like that really easily.
Somebody's doing their weekly vitamin supply. That's a good idea. Kind of reading some of the chats here, and I bought a bunch of extra vitamins to get kind of stacked up because who knows what the next shortage is going to be.
I mean, I don't tend to take vitamins, but also I try to get that stuff from the food also. So.
I try to get everything from the food, and during the summer it's a lot easier to do so because I got so much produce coming from the garden. But I still take a multivitamin. I still take
Maybe more during the winter, right? You know, you're more
yeah, both vitamin D during the winter, obviously, because I'm not out there in the sun.
yeah,
But
because considering that long term thing, right? We're gonna have to come back to the food. Those multivitamins are gonna be a rare thing in the long term, right? You know,
well, I was watching a presentation from somebody, and this is when I tell people that some of the biggest lies start with something true, and then you have to almost go 3 layers deep to find out where the lie is. But you know, this guy was saying that exercise and that is not going to give you a longer life, and he said, well, this athlete died early, this athlete died early, this athlete died early. But when you get about 10 minutes in the presentation, well, he died because they were lacking certain vitamins and minerals in their diet to the point where it caused them an early death. So it's like, yes, exercise will do everybody good, but if you're still eating garbage, if you're not getting the vitamins and the minerals that your body needs, then you're just going to be a healthy corpse.
Yeah, you got to fuel the system.
Right. You know, magnesium is involved in over 600 reactions in your body. So if you don't have enough magnesium, a lot of stuff's not happening. 60% of the nation is deficient in iron.
Well, I was mentioning earlier about, you know, scurvy, you know, for example,
vitamin C, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, some onions, green onions.
Green onions, green grass,
well,
fruit,
because
vegetables.
some people are allergic to foods or dislike certain foods, right? So you're gonna have to get it from somewhere. If you can't have oranges, green onions,
right,
for example,
or an apple,
right?
or a green pepper. You know,
Yeah.
or then you could go. And I use supplements are not to replace; they are to add to. They are trying to cover things you may be missing. I think people get in the idea that a supplement is okay. I don't have to eat healthy now because I'm taking a multivitamin. No, that's not true. Garbage in, garbage out. You still need to eat healthy. You know, you still need to exercise. You still need to, you know, do healthy things. A supplement is just to kind of help you along the way, but it doesn't replace a good meal. And some of your best sources of the minerals and vitamins that you need will come from your garden, will come from your fruit trees.
Whole foods.
Yes, whole foods.
Yes.
I mean, read the label on some of the stuff in the stores, and you're like, wait a minute, this ain't food. This is a chemistry experiment. You know, pancake syrup. How much maple syrup is in pancake syrup? Anybody know? So next time you're in a store, go to where it says pancake syrup and read the labels. And you'll find they have 0 maple syrup in it. What they
And
have
if it does,
it doesn't. It has high fructose corn syrup.
Well, I was going to say if it does, it's more expensive.
Well, that's called pure maple syrup, and that's what I buy.
Yeah.
One ingredient, pure maple syrup. I don't get the sugar rush afterwards when I use that. Honey. What's the ingredient? Honey. Bee spit. You know, I mean, it's just, you know, it's a pure thing. But when you look at some of these other things and you read how many preservatives in there, well, your body don't know what sodium benzoyl monophosphate is, so it puts it in a fat cell. You know, the rate of cancer is increasing. Why is that? Could be our food. I'm not saying it is, but it could be the food that we're buying. It's not the food we're growing.
Yeah,
I like the background picture. That looks like.
Oh, I just noticed the tomato in the picture. I just noticed it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still getting tomatoes from the vine. What I'm doing is I'm picking them when they're yellow and I'm letting them turn red in the house. And I've harvested all the potatoes. I had some red potatoes, you know, the size of a 60-inch softball.
Nice.
And then, you know, peppers. I'm still getting peppers, and I've picked probably over 800 jalapeno peppers this summer from only 2 plants.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, local honey is good for allergies. You know, they say buy local honey because it's made from those plants that you're allergic to, and it helps your body build a resistance to it. Just kind of reading the comments going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, variety in your food, trying to change it up as often as you can. Right? Keep it fresh, so to speak. Not literally fresh, but keep that kind of so you don't get food fatigue, So it's like, oh, I gotta have this again. Hopefully try to spice it up a bit, however.
Right.
As much as you can, texture, taste. Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of my Army buddies, doesn't like chicken anymore because in the Army we had chicken a lot, because it's easy for an Army to use. It never bothered me to sit there and eat the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah, but some people can,
I live in the Corn Belt, and I still like sweet corn.
Yeah, I still like certain things too, right? I mean, like, I would have to have it for probably not hundreds of days straight, and maybe a little after that.
Yeah.
But, as long as I can rotate, 6, 7, 9, 10 things, then that's still good.
That's true.
Yeah. And change it up slightly every so often with something. As much as you can, right? With spices, herbs, I guess.
Yep, spices are good.
Something like a soup, you can change it up quite a bit. I mean,
sure.
Stews, and not just the food itself, but like the taste of it, the flavor that you're gonna get out of it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
you're using herbs and spices, certain combinations, right?
I made chicken soup that we'll be eating tonight, and I mean the potatoes came from the garden. Use spices, salt and pepper, some chicken broth. I mean, it's really easy to make. Throw some carrots in there, throw some taters in there, celery if you have it. I mean, the time you have that cook in the crock pot for 8 hours, I mean, you've got all the nutrients you need.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, you're getting quite a bit out of it. It feels kind of, quote unquote, hearty.
Yep. I mean, I made that during my last cooking live stream yesterday. So while I was cooking lunch, I was also throwing the stuff in the crock pot for dinner, which we'll probably have for the next 2 days.
I mean, well, I don't know, Girl, you've seen that video I posted about the little soup thing that I just did earlier on in last month here, and I was just like, it's just nice, quick, simple, and just like, okay, I'll just
be more
throw some stuff together and just make a quick soup base, add some noodles or whatever, and I got something going.
It's easy and it's nutritious, and it'll provide more than one meal.
I was actually surprised I didn't season it overly. I didn't even have to. It's just like the combination of all these other things just added some bunch of flavor that I'm like, oh, this even tastes fine even without any salt. Yeah, that's ain't too bad. I could go for this for a bit. If I had to eat something like this for a bit.
Yep. And you can live off it. I mean, you basically got everything you need. You got the proteins, you got the carbs, you got the vitamins and minerals, And especially this time of the year, it's cold and, cooler anyway. It's in the 50s and it's raining. It's like, it's a perfect soup and stew and chili weather.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and during the summer, maybe you're having like salads, for example.
Yeah, a lot of bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
And BLTs.
Who's growing hungry here?
Yeah.
but we all knew this was happening.
Stevie, good to see you, Huga.
Why I said eating beforehand is highly recommended. This is what the first thing I wrote on the chat. This is true, though.
We ate before we went to the grocery store. Probably saved me $200.
Hey, Ron.
You should eat before you go to the grocery store, or otherwise you buy things you really don't need.
Buy everything
impulsive
because you're hungry.
Yep. Yeah, impulsive buying. impulsive buying. Yeah, impulsive buying can be not so great to do.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah.
the problem with that is you buy most of the time you buy unhealthy things if you go to the grocery store hungry.
Taste, convenience, it's fast. I can consume it right outside the store in the bag, such and such. But yeah, I guess there's a time and a place for snacks. But I also like pasta too, right? Something like along the lines of that.
Yeah.
Costco.
Rice, for example, those staples, right?
Oh yeah, rice is good.
Well, because you're building, I guess in that long term, you're building up those staples, right? I guess in time of some sort, potatoes, whatever it is. Even right now, you're building up those staples too.
Yep, storing them too.
Preserving them however you can, right?
Well, like the rice, I put them in a food grade bucket and then put them in the freezer for a couple days, and then I store them down in the basement, which is just usually all around 60 degrees Fahrenheit all year round. Stuff will last 20 years.
Yep, nice, cool, dry.
Yep,
and all this other stuff, yeah. And rotate it. I guess that goes without saying, right? The food rotation as much as possible, just to maintain that
that's
freshness.
a challenge.
Yeah.
I put dates on my containers, so I don't sit there and keep grabbing it from the same one.
I mean, because in time, you don't have to rotate, because you haven't consumed it for a while. So, because for whatever the reason is, right?
Well, like on some of those things, that date is not an expiration date; it's just a best by date.
Better by,
yeah,
something to gauge it on, but still use your own common sense in terms of smelling it.
Well, yeah, the smell test. When in doubt, throw it out.
Right.
Otherwise, you invent a new diet plan. It's like, how'd you lose 20 pounds? Oh, food poisoning.
Well, because if you think about with all these herbal things, right, you'd be like, you don't have to know how long the food can last, or there's something happening to it during that consuming.
Yeah,
something's wrong.
You keep it in a cool, dry place. It can last easily 3 times longer than the best by date.
I'm
Except if it's dairy. If it's dairy, it can't.
Yeah, I'm talking about like things that happen when you're canning. Separation of the lid for some reason, I don't know why or whatever, right? To let's say dry stuff that gets wet, right?
Yeah, generally when you open the lid, you know.
Oh, water got into that bag of noodles. Something like that, right?
Yeah, is this supposed to be green? I didn't remember it being green.
Yeah. And the seal's not all the way on. I don't know. Something like that, right? You don't have to use your own best judgment on it. Yeah, the smell thing. I guess that's why animals do a lot of smelling. The food first.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's something about that.
They can smell better than we can. But that's probably a blessing.
So I was gonna say, Shadow.
Yeah.
You done chime in here? I always like to hear what some other people are doing because it reminds me. It's like, I'll keep that in mind, kind of deal. If it's working for them, kind of deal. You know what I mean? Like, container gardening. I'm like, even though I have raised beds, I'm like, let's try something else. And I learned something from it. Even this year, I'm like, look at that. It does work. I can grow something, something like that. It's like, it did work, even here in Canada, for me.
The raised beds are nice because it's just easier to take care of them. You don't have to bend down as far. I mean, to me, it's...
Well, they hold water. They hold water better than a container. It's also
especially with the breathable containers, you do have to water more often because you are losing water from the sides.
Yeah. Evaporation, all that stuff.
Yep.
Because you have less soil in there. Yeah, you have less soil in there. So it can only hold so much moisture.
Right. So I the ones that, the peppers that I have in the containers, yes, I have to water them more often. And you make that adjustment. But yeah, the raised bed one, maybe half as much. So, when we literally had 8 weeks of no rain, I basically was watering the containers every day, but I was probably the raised beds maybe every 3 days.
I see.
And that's how you stay in shape.
All right. Yeah. Well, Shadow, I had to slip out in probably like about 5 minutes here.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap things up anyways in 5 minutes anyway. So.
Like wrap things up like a wrap, like a food wrap, or I mean,
he's got a gangster rap on us.
But yeah, I mean,
everybody have a wonderful day. I'm gonna bow out too.
Yeah, take care.
Take care, man.
How do I get out of here? Here we go.
Thanks for stopping by.
Sure thing. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe.
You too.
That's nice to have him join us.
Yeah.
That's nice. I was gonna say,
yeah, he's always popping up.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say,
nice.
I was gonna say is like as we close it out, because actually, one of the reasons why I have to go is because my headset's dying. So
yeah,
I need to actually take care of something anyways. So it just reminded me of it. I'm like, oh yes, I gotta go do this thing. I gotta do a little bit more full prep work here. Well, I still can.
Yeah.
Well, it's still nice out, right? Because it's just like I said, in this situation, grid's down. You don't have weather forecast, right? So you don't know what the weather is. So you're not actually, when it's nice out, you're going to be doing things.
Yeah, exactly.
That way you don't have to do it when it's like raining and miserable and really, really cold. You're going to prepare for that in advance, so you don't actually have to do that later.
Yes.
While it's fall, I'm probably going to be doing the fall prep. Something along the lines of that. And keep, helping that soil out there. The growing medium, right? Maybe try to expand out a little if you can, Remember, as you expand more, remember, you don't have to do a little bit more. So, try to, I know some people do it all on their own, right? Or a lot of stuff on their own, right? So,
yeah,
do as much as you can, as comfortable with, right? Anything else you want to say as you close out here?
No, I can't come up with anything to add to it.
And the time to start. Yeah, the time to start is today. Yeah, the time to start is today. Even if you're dropping first right now, even before the seeds. Like you're gonna start in the spring, for example. All right, all right. Because a lot of the gardeners out there probably have been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
Some sort of degree of time, right? So they've seen things change over time. Hopefully positive, right? They're growing more, or hey, this was the greatest season for this, right? I can't believe I grew this. I can't believe I grew this big squash or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or realizing, oh yes, right? Because there's gonna be times where you have less and more of certain things.
Yeah.
Right? I think that goes without saying, right? Certain things. Oh, hey, this came in mediocrely, but this other stuff came in great, because of less water, too much water, whatever. And hopefully, your garden or area or plot of land is overall productive very, very well overall, right?
Yeah, overall,
where you're getting like 80% yield across the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But you store things in advance, or in time storing in times of feast, so you have something in times of famine, something like that. You know,
Yeah.
that buffer zone, right? And hopefully it's big enough that you can weather the storm. I guess, metaphorically speaking, right? You know, because you don't have to weather the storm, I guess, for however long it is. All right, until you reach a point that it feels like it's sustainable, right?
Yeah.
You know, so that is the grand holy grail, I guess, right? That you can see it. It's within arm's reach, but it's still in the distance. You know,
Yes.
you can see the steps that you can take right now to approach that more and more, right? Where you can just almost reach it. Oh, I can taste it, so to speak, right? I can taste that fruit or whatever it is of my labor, right? And realize that, you know, gardening is, I guess, even, I know Gil would say it with prepping, but even gardening is, you know, a marathon, not a sprint, right? And everything comes on your first year. You don't actually have to just experience it. Learn from it. Get better at it, right? Grow your green thumb by doing. You know, some people, it might be more natural for them, so to speak. Like, you know, but some people have to work a little bit harder. But, you know, like, because people did it in the past too, right? I heard people have done it.
Yeah.
Right? I heard people have hunted out. I heard people have done this. You're also capable of it. Just gotta try it out, and you know, maybe you can do it, and maybe you can do it well, and you know, and stuff like that. Realize that you have more potential than you think. All right, did you see it? Did you see how I just ended the stream just like that for us? There we go. Yeah,
There we go.
I just said it. I just said it. It just came out. I can even script it better. All right. And with that, thanks for having me on once again.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to have you, my friend.
Yes, yes. All right, everyone. Take care.
Take care, guys. Stay safe. And I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel. And God bless.